Good morning. Good morning, my friends. How's that for a quick pivot, huh? Sorry to all you guys that were in the Carly Gregg stream, but that hearing has just been moved to 2:30 this afternoon. So I thought since we're all here, let's go back to the Boulder trial and cover some more of the testimony that we are catching up on from days 1 and 2. It's not hard to pivot when you have 5 kids because you always got to be on call and you always got to be ready to do something for somebody at any given time. So I'm here for it. I just had to find my notes from the other case and I had to get the stream ready, put on my Buffs shirt to represent. This is a tough one. So just remember that if you need to take a break from this testimony, take a break. It's hard. So self-care is very important. Remember that. And we'll get into that in a moment. I just want to give some people some time to get here because this was a last minute sort of thing. How's everybody doing this morning? How's everybody doing? Good morning. Good morning, Agati. Good morning, Melly. Fairy Raven, good morning. Hi, little cupcake. Where's the hurricane prep happening? Team, where are you prepping for a hurricane? No more hurricanes. Morning, Wednesday. Yeah, I'm late. I'm late, but I wanted to give people a chance to find their way over. I did pin the new stream on the old stream, so just got to be ready for it. You got to be ready to put it. And it's so funny because nobody had this posted last night to be live streaming it today, like Court TV or Long Crime. So I went into the Rankin County, Mississippi court calendar, and Judge Dewey K. Arthur, who we are really loving so far. I am anyway. I think he's great. He's not putting up with anything, and this case is going to trial, the Carly Gregg case, within 6 months. She's a 14-year-old being tried for taking her mother's life and then laying in wait for her stepfather after calling her friend to come over and look at the body. There was a full calendar on Judge Dewey K. Arthur's schedule, so I knew that if he was going to televise only Carly Gregg, it would probably get pushed until the afternoon. And my instincts were right. So for those of you who are new here or are not familiar with this trial, it's a very tragic case that occurred in a South Boulder, Colorado, Kings Soopers supermarket back in March 22nd of 2021. Ahmad Alissa, who was 21 years at the time, brought a couple of firearms to the Kings Soopers in South Boulder and started shooting in the parking lot, and he wound up ending the lives of 10 people. It is tragic, it's horrific, and he's claiming that his schizophrenia, or his lawyers are claiming, his untreated schizophrenia is the reason for this massacre, and that he was hearing voices and that he was showing other signs and symptoms of schizophrenia, yet he had never been diagnosed until he was in Boulder County Jail until about December of 2021, when authorities transferred him to a psychiatric institution, and he was forcibly put on medication for the schizophrenia, antipsychotics. And after much debate about whether or not he was even competent to stand trial, the trial has now started. I did one stream on this so far where we covered the opening statements. I have never heard an opening statement from a prosecutor that was as masterful, maybe, as the one that we heard from the prosecutor the other day. It was chilling. It painted a picture. It identified each and every victim of this horrific massacre and what they were doing at the time that they were killed. And even though this trial is being broadcast only on WebEx, which is kind of crappy, we couldn't even see the defendant in frame, but he is in the courtroom. I was anyway, holding my breath throughout the hour and a half closing. I was on the edge of my seat. He had such a calming voice, was like an ASMR voice. He should do audiobooks if this law thing doesn't work out for him, but I think it's working out for him. And it took me back to that day, and I could see everything that he was describing vividly. And if you haven't watched it, his name is Michael Darty, the prosecutor who gave the opening. If you haven't watched it and you watch a lot of trials, I would suggest that you do go back and watch that because it was masterful. Yeah, he was so eloquent with his words and his voice, and he was so gently telling this horrific story. And yeah, all Colorado's are WebEx, unfortunately. So we're just going to make do. You know, so many of my viewers just listen to the show while they're cleaning or driving or rage crocheting. So this is when you really don't need to watch the video for. And we're still going to get the whole gist of it. I did go to college at Boulder, and I loved Boulder so much that I went to law school at University of Denver, but I still lived in Boulder when I went to DU law, and I lived in Table Mesa, and this Kings Soopers was my supermarket. This is where I would do my food shopping. It was a half a block from my house. And I remember when this was unfolding in real time, and it just is so personal to me. So I'm glad that we're able to cover this together. I'm glad you're doing this with me. It wasn't such a bad drive. It was 36. It was 36 all the way to Denver. And at the time, the law school was near where the old airport was. So it was up 36. It was at 30 minutes each way. So it was worth it. It was worth the commute to live in Boulder, and I didn't want to leave. So that's the thing. This defendant, Ahmad Alissa's parents owned about 6 restaurants. They had emigrated here from Syria when he was a child, and he was working 10 hours a day, 6 days a week in the restaurant. And so we're going to see some testimony from the family. I believe that there are family members that are on the witness list to come in and testify. This is a horrific case, and it is one of those cases that YouTube sometimes does not like me to talk about. The reason that I'm able to do that and not worry about YouTube and their crazy sort of censorship rules is because I have a sponsor. So we're going to listen to a word from our sponsor. For those of you while you're still coming in, if you have not heard about the major data breach that has happened recently, you should be aware that your social security number and the social security number of every American has been hacked and leaked to the dark web. This is real. It was in the LA Times and all of the huge newspapers. It happened about a month ago, and Aura has been my sponsor since before this major hack happened. And with my code, you can get a free 2-week trial, and they will protect you and tell you what to do. If you've ever had your credit ruined by having your identity stolen, you're going to need to start taking control of your online privacy. It also gives you a VPN with military grade encryption and many other things that I'll point out to you in my little speech here. But take a listen, take advantage, and let's just wait for some more people to get in and listen to Aura, because Aura enables me to talk about the tough topics with you. Today's video is sponsored by Aura, and it's a really important time to be talking about them because hackers may have stolen the social security numbers of every American. Over 2.9 billion records were stolen from National Public Data, which offers personal information to employers, private investigators, staffing agencies, and others doing background checks. These stolen records include a person's full name, address, date of birth, social security number, and phone number, along with alternate names and birth date. And members of this hacker group have reportedly released this information on the dark web for free. I don't know if you've ever had your identity stolen, but I've had clients who've had their identity stolen. And not only is it a major hassle, but oftentimes before you find out, it's too late. The damage can take years to undo, and it's a hassle that you definitely do not want to deal with. So if you haven't been taking precautions before with your personal information online, this should be a huge wake-up call. You've never been more vulnerable online than you are right now. But I'm not too worried about it because I use Aura. Aura alerts me if they find my phone number, my email, my social security number, or any other personal information on the dark web. They're going to let me know fast if anyone tries to use this information to access my credit or bank accounts, to give me up to $5 million in identity theft insurance should the worst case scenario happen. They also provide a bunch of other features to keep you safe online, all inside one app. And you can go to my link at www.aura.com/MelanieLittle to try it for free for 14 days. That'll be enough time for Aura to find out if any of your personal information or data has been exposed. I highly recommend you do this right now because not only is national public data not going to do anything to help you, they probably aren't even going to face any repercussions for this breach. I'm not leaving myself and my family vulnerable to data breaches. And if you don't want to either, you want to go to my link, www.aura.com/MelanieLittle, to try 2 weeks for free. You can thank me later. You can thank me later. All right, let us go back to Boulder. We're going to go back to Boulder. We're going to start with witness number 3. We watched the openings during our last show, and we saw testimony from Jesse Brown and testimony from Johnny Lee Shawn. And Johnny Lee Shawn's testimony, I know, really struck a lot of you in a very personal way. But before that, let's take a look at the victims, because this show is always about the victims. Oops. And let's name them, honor them, and look at their pictures for a moment and wish their families some strength and prayers as they go through this very, very difficult trial. I can't imagine what it's like for them right now. And here are, very sadly, the victims of this tragedy: Teri Leiker, 51, Kevin Mahoney, 61, Lynn Murray, 62, Jody Waters, 65, Eric Talley, 51, who was also a police officer and father of 7, Denny Stong, age 20, Neven Stanisic, age 23, Rikki Olds, age 25, Tralona Bartkowiak, age 49, and Suzanne Fountain, age 59. And now we're going to go back to Boulder. I'm going to try and zoom in on this a little bit because, like I said, it's WebEx. It's not the greatest. And we are waiting for witness number 3, and her name is Kelly Dorr. And again, this is a
Next
replay.
witness, Mr. Kuffner.
Judge, the people would call Kelly Dorr.
I believe the defendant is not going to even be shown on camera until something like day 2, maybe. So we're still on day 1.
Mr. Dorr, if you'll please come on up around here to my right, your left. Yeah, and then right around towards that screen there, sir. Before you have a seat, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated, and you can adjust that microphone. I see you brought water. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Dorr, introduce yourself to the jury. Tell them your name and how you spell your last name.
My name's Kelly Dorr, Kelly Ray Dorr. My last name is Dorr.
Mr. Dorr, what did you do for a career?
I was a meat market manager for Kings Soopers.
How long were you a meat market manager?
33 years.
So at the time of this incident, you were still working.
Yes.
Have you retired since this incident?
Yes, I have.
Were you always at the same store?
No, I actually worked in Colorado Springs and then I transferred up here I think it was 2006.
Okay. When you were in Colorado Springs, how long did you work there?
Let's see, I was in Colorado Springs for 23 years, I believe it was.
And you worked as a meat manager when you were in Colorado Springs or in the meat department?
Yes, sir.
And then around 2006, when you moved north, what store did you work at?
At Kings Soopers store 33.
So you had worked at Kings Soopers for almost 20 years?
Yeah. Yeah, when I came up to Boulder, you mean?
Yes.
Yes.
And then you remained at that store in South Boulder?
Yes, sir.
Were you working on March 22nd of 2021?
Yes, sir, I was.
Can you just describe generally what was going on that day, what your shift was, and what you were taking care of?
I was scheduled, I believe it was 12:30 to 9. It was a Saturday, and we were getting ready for a Sunday inventory. So I always worked the Saturday night before, and that way I could, in the back room, I could get everything inventoried in back so that when we came in early Sunday morning, all we had to inventory was just the front cases.
Mr. Dorr, did you guys always do inventory the same day, or is it possible this was a different day of the week?
Well, we weren't doing inventory that Saturday. It wasn't until Sunday that inventory was.
Okay.
So I was just working late, just preparing things for inventory on Sunday.
If I were to show you a calendar that indicated March 22nd were a Monday.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
When you say, oh, yeah, that's right, what did you realize?
Yeah, I just realized that this was after the inventory. I was coming in late.
Okay.
Yeah.
Explain what the inventory entails, what was going on.
So inventory, you have to inventory all your back rooms. You have to inventory all the cases. So it's pretty involved. You got to get weights off of everything in back, and then out in the case, you literally have to scan every single item that's out there. So it's pretty lengthy thing to do for sure.
So you're going through and you're basically counting every steak you have, every package of hamburger, every piece of meat in the entire store.
Yes, sir.
And as the manager of the meat department, that was one of your responsibilities.
Yes.
And you were at some point in the inventory process on the date that this took place.
Yes.
Around 2:30 that afternoon, what were you doing or about to do?
Just around 2:30, I was just getting ready to go on break.
Tell us what you normally do when you went on break.
Usually I go up front, get something to eat, and then usually go outside and spend my break outside.
Would you buy something to eat, or would you bring your lunch, or?
Either or.
On that particular afternoon of March 22nd, 2021, were you buying something to eat?
Yes, I was.
Remember what you were buying?
I got a bagel out of the bakery.
When you got your bagel, where did you go to pay for it?
I went up to the U-Scan up in the front of the store, or self-checkout.
And are there more than one U-Scan or self-checkout in that particular store?
Yeah, you had one at each end of the store, and both of them, I believe, had 6 checkouts in them.
Which one did you go to?
I went to, as I was walking into it, I went to the left side and the one that was closest to the front doors.
Okay. So that would have been on the west side?
Yes, sir.
Judge, if I could approach.
You may.
Mr. Dorr, can you tell us what I've handed you as People's Exhibit 2?
Yes, this is the layout of the store as it was that day.
You worked in that store for many years.
Yes, yeah, for 16.
Fair and accurate as to the way the store was laid out on the date of this particular attack.
Yes, sir.
I would move to admit People's Exhibit 2, Your Honor,
No objection.
Admitted.
and permission to publish.
Yes.
Mr. Dorr, there is a orange handled pointer. You can extend it if you need to. Can you just kind of stand up, watch your head, and then on the screen behind you, just kind of describe the layout of the store for the jury?
Okay. So this is the front of the store. This is the west side. This is the meat department back in here. Deli's up here, and this is let's see here.
And you've indicated Starbucks is immediately to the west of the west entrance.
Yes, sir.
And you've indicated the meat section, which I think is labeled meat and seafood on that particular diagram, kind of at the bottom left of People's Exhibit 2.
Yes.
Okay. Continue with the rest of the store.
This is the produce floor was in here. These are the use scans right in here, and then you have use scans over on the east side. These are just the aisles that are in the store. Bakery was just off of the meat part here. Dairy and all of that was back in here. These are the doors leading back into the back room. Then this is the east side of the store with the pharmacy up in the opposite end there.
And many of the items, as far as locations, produce, pharmacy, those locations are actually labeled on People's Exhibit 2.
Yes, sir.
And you've indicated those in showing the jury where those locations are.
Yes, sir.
So tell us where you were at a little before 2:30 or about 2:30 when you were buying your bagel.
So I had left my department. I came over to the bakery. And then I went up aisle 3. And then around through here, and I was at this register right here, just about 2:30. Just a little bit before.
Had you paid for your bagel?
I was in the process.
While you were in the process of paying for the bagel, what happened?
Just as I finished paying, I heard the first, I guess I want to say, I didn't know it was a shot at the time, but I heard a loud bang.
Go ahead and sit down. Tell us, where did it?
I heard a loud bang before he starts recreating the scene for us. Rock Chalk is in the house. Hi, Rock Chalk. You were at this exact store 45 minutes before things got crazy. That's insane. I used to live a block away. This was my Kings Soopers in Boulder. So this is a personal one for me too. Those of you who don't know Rock Chalk handled the Veronica Butler and Jillian Kelly missing Kansas moms case out of the Oklahoma Panhandle, and actually got in her truck and went to the Oklahoma Panhandle to search and help search for Veronica Kelly and Jillian Butler. Tragic case out of Oklahoma. Thanks, Rock, for tuning in.
Did it appear that bang was coming from when you heard it?
I knew it was from outside. I just didn't know where outside. And initially, I wouldn't say that I thought it was a gunshot, but saying that, that was one of the thoughts that entered my head, is that it could possibly be a gunshot, but I wasn't sure.
What were the other thoughts that entered your head?
Well, I had started to move towards the west door. And since I didn't know exactly what that was, I was just real hesitant to go through that door.
Okay. What happened as you moved further towards the door?
As I moved further towards the door, I heard the second shot. And that's when I knew that it was gunshot.
What made you know it was a gunshot?
I've been around a lot of weapons throughout my life. I've shot AR platforms. I've shot 300 Win Mag. I've shot a lot of weapons. And I knew when I heard the second one, I knew it was a gunshot and I knew it was a rifle.
Why do you say you knew it was a rifle?
A handgun. A handgun, you're only looking at a projectile that's going through the air at 1,200 feet per second. On a rifle, you're looking at a projectile going through the air at 2,700 feet per second or 3,000 feet per second. It has a distinctive crack to it.
Wow.
And it sounded like a rifle to you when you heard that second shot.
Yes, sir.
What did you do at that point?
I backed away from that west door because I couldn't tell. I knew it was outside, but I didn't know if it was towards the west of the store or the east of the store. I just wasn't sure.
What was your concern at that point, not knowing where the shots were coming from?
Well, I didn't want to walk outside and walk into something because my initial thought at that point was, I thought to myself, is this two guys out in the parking lot, and they're shooting guns at each other? That was my initial thought.
So continue to describe what you did.
So I was at the west door, and there were some people that were near me, and we had all kind of backed away from that west door. And then I heard the third shot, and that was when I thought to myself, inside my head, I thought, this is coming inside. That was actually what went through my head.
Okay. What did you do at that point?
I kind of stayed right where I was because I didn't want to start running around and run into whoever had the gun. So I waited by the west door, and I was thinking in my head, I thought, I'm not making any moves until I can actually get eyes on this guy. So I stayed right where I was.
What did you see in here?
So at that point, I had backed away from the door, and I had my eyes on the west door because I thought, if he's coming in this store, I want to get first glimpse of him, because I thought from where I was that I could move over to where the deli was, because there were exit doors over there. And that was my plan of attack. If he was coming through that west door, is that I was going to run through those doors over by the deli department.
Can you show us where those exits by the deli are?
Yes, sir.
I wish we could see this diagram, but they're not showing us the exhibits on the WebEx.
Oh, let's see. So
Colorado is open and concealed carry.
These are going to be these doors right here.
You're indicating on the upper left of People's Exhibit 2, which would be on the north side of the building, on the same side as that west entrance.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you're waiting by the west entrance, trying to decide which way you're going to go. Once you figure out what's happening, what happens next?
So I kept my eyes on the west door just because I was right there. And then just out of the corner of my eye to my right, I saw a flash and heard a bang. And that's when I directed my attention towards the east doors. And then right after that, I seen this man enter into the building. He had the rifle up to his shoulder, and there were U-scans as you come in that east door. And it seemed to me like he fired one shot towards the U-scan, and then he moved his rifle and shot deeper into the store. Probably shot 3 to 4 times that I seen him as he entered into the store.
I want to back up to that first flash you saw.
Okay.
That flash was to the east, but was it outside the store?
I think, and I'm not positive, but I think he was still in that breezeway and he was entering into the store as he fired that shot.
Somewhere outside the east entrance, to the best you could tell.
Yeah. So in my head, after it all kind of happened and I had time to think about it, I thought to myself, that muzzle must have been pretty close to those front doors when he fired it. And that's how I saw the flash.
Now, these next shots you're talking about, this is after he's entered the east doors and is standing by the U scans on the east side.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned he fired one shot towards the U scans, it
Seemed
appeared.
like- It appeared, yes.
When you say he fired deeper into the store, which direction are you talking about?
So that first shot that he had was to his right a little bit. And then it was sort of like, as you look down that pathway through those doors, there's aisles. You can see the aisles in the stores. So I figured he was shooting, like I said, deeper into the store. Because I didn't see anybody directly in front of him that he was firing at. I just seen him firing into the store.
What was the next thing he did?
Next thing that I did, this sounds kind of strange, but from the time he actually entered into the building, it seemed like just everything slowed down. It seemed like I had forever to think about this. So as he was firing, these are some of the things that went through my head.
Wow.
I thought, okay, where's this guy headed? Where do I want to go? And what can I do? And as I was thinking all of those things, it just seemed like things were just going so slow. I was actually thinking inside my head, come on, hurry up, make a move, go somewhere. I need to know where you're going. That was actually in my head. And then just shortly after I thought that, I seen him, and I don't know if his whole body turned my way or if just his head turned my way. But I seen him turn in my direction. The rifle was slightly down, it seemed to me. And then I seen the rifle coming up, and that's when I ran towards the west door.
So if you could stand back up and describe to us where you're at and where he's at when either his head or his body turns towards you and the rifle comes up.
So I was right in this area here.
And you're indicating the area just inside the west doors,
Yes.
okay?
And this is that breezeway I talked about, right in here. And then he entered into the store this way. And he was right in this location here when he was making that.
And you're indicating just inside the east doors, which would be just to the south of the east doors.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
When he turned, where was he located when he turned towards you?
He was right in this area right here.
When you say the gun came up, describe what you mean.
So, like I said, I don't know if he turned his whole body towards me. I just seen his head turn. That I know for sure. And then he kind of had the rifle in a lowered position. Can I stand up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Seemed like he had the rifle down like this, and he turned his head, and then I seen the rifle starting to come up, back up to his shoulder. And so that's when I made my move to the west door.
And to be coming up in that manner that you've described, he was pointing the weapon towards the west.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe the weapon you saw?
I knew it was an AR platform.
When you say you knew it was an AR platform, how'd you know that?
I have several of them.
Agree. Little Miss Red Velvet. I was wondering if he was ex-military or ex-law enforcement, retired. He's now the meat manager during this March of 2021 incident, massacre, horrific tragedy. So I was wondering the same thing, whether he's ex-military. He's very precise with his descriptions and with his directions and with his recollection and gun descriptions.
Were there additional shots fired before you got out the west doors?
So here's another kind of weird thing that happened. When I ran to the west door, those are the doors, that as you approach them, they open for you. So when I ran to that door did not open immediately. So I was up against the door and the door was still closed. And in that moment, I couldn't hear anything. All the screaming I heard in the store stopped. I couldn't hear shots anymore. I mean, it was in my head, it was dead quiet. And as I was up against the door, I just brought my arms up to pull the doors apart, and then they started to come open. And then as I made my first step through that door, it was as if somebody turned the sound on again. And all of a sudden I could hear the screaming again, and I could hear the gunshots going. So
did you hear more gunshots after you got out of the doors or before you were outside the doors?
as I was exiting that door, I heard them.
When you got out of the doors, what'd you do?
I started running through that breezeway. And again, I know this sounds strange, but as I was running through that breezeway, I just started counting shots. And so as I was running, I counted off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then when I got to 6, I quit and I just kept running.
Where did you run?
I ran out to the west parking lot.
When you say the west parking lot, you mean the one that would be to the north of the main store, but just the lot further to the west?
Yes, sir.
What can you describe about the individual that you saw enter the store with the AR?
Well, after this happened, I was talking to my son.
Objection, non-responsive.
Stay.
We can't talk about what other people said
Oh,
to
okay.
us.
Okay.
So can you,
I mean, that's a legitimate hearsay objection, but look, the defense is not denying that their client was the shooter. They're denying his mental capacity and the legal definition of insanity for causing him to commit these crimes. So it's really like, okay.
if you can, tell us what you remember about the person with the gun?
I seen him enter the store. I knew he had on a white t-shirt. I knew he had black hair, and I knew he had a beard or a mustache, but I wasn't sure which one he had. I mean, when I viewed him at the store, I was pretty focused on where the weapon was pointed.
Okay. What happened after you got to the west lot?
Got out to the west lot, and there was another employee out there. We stood there and talked for just a few minutes, not very long. And then I told him, I said, we should really move away from this building. And so we went out towards the street, out where my car was parked at the time.
When you say out towards the street, what street are you talking about, or where was your car parked?
It was parked out in I can't remember, the Tejon there. And that I was right out by the street there in the front of the store on the west side.
Maybe if I show you People's Exhibit 1, does that help with being able to kind of describe where you were at in the west lot when you ran into the other employee and where you guys went?
Yeah. So I ran out into here. And then my car was parked over in this area.
You're indicating upper left-hand corner of People's Exhibit 1 for where your car was parked, as well as where you guys were at in the west lot.
Yes.
All right. Once you got to your car, what did you guys do?
We really just kind of stayed there. We hadn't been there too awfully long when the first police car entered the parking lot. And we just kind of waited there to see what was going to happen.
Describe where the first police cars went when they entered the lot.
They came into the main entrance there and drove right to the front of the store. And then from where I was at, I could see the officer exit the police car, but I wasn't sure where he went to.
How many police cars did you see arrive?
Oh gosh. Initially just that first one, and then there were probably 15 to 20 police cars. There was a SWAT team that showed up. There were a lot.
So how long did you guys stay at your car?
Gosh, we were there until probably stayed out there until, because we really couldn't leave. I mean, the police were kind of everywhere and they had the roads blocked off. And so, gosh, we were out by my car until about 8:30 at night, I think it was.
At some point, or I guess at about 3:44 after getting out, so about an hour after the shooting started, did you make an effort to communicate to the store manager what had happened?
I did.
How'd you do that?
I texted her.
And was that still while you were on scene?
Yes, sir.
It was after you made it to the parking lot and were still under the emotional impact of what you had observed?
Yes, sir.
Judge, if I could approach.
Yes, sir.
She does sound angry when she speaks, this defense attorney. I noticed that too, Carol.
Mr. Dorr, can you tell us what I just handed you? People's Exhibits 5 and 6.
Yeah, this is a screenshot of the text that I sent my store manager, Sherry.
Tell us who Sherry is.
Sherry's the store manager for store 33 Kings Soopers.
That would be the Table Mesa store.
Yes, sir.
Why were you communicating what had just occurred?
You know, when I made the test or the text to her, everything was really fresh in my mind, and I wanted to get it written down. I mean, that was my initial thought. Plus,
Yeah.
I wanted her to know.
He must be ex-military, ex-law enforcement, not because it's not just his attention to detail. It's his, I mean, to guns and firearms and their characteristics and sounds, but it's also his attention to detail and his, you know, his desire to write things down and memorialize what's happening in the moment. Not a lot of people will do that.
What I had seen and where I had gone, kind of.
And People's Exhibit 5 is the first part of that text, and then People's Exhibit 6 is just the second part because it couldn't all be photographed in the same picture.
Yeah, it was pretty lengthy.
And that's an actual photograph of the text you sent to Sherry.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I would move to admit People's Exhibits 5 and 6.
No objection.
Can you see that, Mr. Dorr?
Yes.
He did inventory. He's
Can you
detail
tell the
oriented.
jury what you described to Sherry in that text?
It was really kind of everything that happened from the time I hit the U-scan until I went out the west door. I just kind of explained to her everything that I saw from kind of beginning to end as far as me being in the store.
And at the bottom part of that, People's Exhibit 5, that first part of the text, tell the jury why you didn't call 911 during this incident.
When I was at the west door, when the shooter had entered the store and was firing, I did actually think of doing that. And then there was a gentleman behind me to my left. And as I was thinking about reaching for my phone, I heard a gentleman back behind me to my left, and I heard him. He was on the phone with 911, and I heard him actually say, we have an active shooter situation.
And that was while you were still inside.
Yeah, I was still inside.
Had the shooter entered the store yet at that point?
Yeah, he was in the store when he made the call.
When you guys could just publish People's Exhibit 6, give the jury an opportunity to see it.
The silence is deafening. I can't imagine what graphic photos the
So
jury.
you mentioned you stayed on scene with your coworker for an extended period of time. Ultimately, when did you leave and where did you go?
So we went down and talked to some police officers to see if I could get my car out of the parking lot and head home. And he said that the whole area was shut down, and that we would need to call somebody to get a ride home. So that's what we did.
Judge, I don't have any further questions for Mr. Dorr.
I have no questions, Your Honor. Can the parties approach before the next witness is called?
Yes, ma'am.
So no cross. They haven't crossed any witnesses yet, the defense. And this was witness number 3. So I'm going to FF us to witness number 4 because young kids in the chat, if you don't remember the old desktop tape recorders, there were buttons on it. REW, rewind, and FF, which was fast forward. And we have the ability to do that now because we are not in real time. And you used to have to push the record and the play button to record something and wait for your song to come on the radio so that you could tape it on your cassette tape. And that was fun. Remember those days, my friends? Oops.
Down Slay.
Tell the court reporter how to spell your last name, please.
My name is Kevin Down Slay. My last name is Slay.
Mr. Slay, tell the jury a little bit about yourself. You don't sound like you're from Boulder.
I'm not from Boulder. I'm from Mississippi.
How long have you been in the Boulder area?
Going on 4 to 5 years now.
Did you grow up in Mississippi?
Yes, sir.
4 or 5 years ago when you came to Boulder, did you come here for any particular reason?
Work. My family moved up here and they always started their own company. And then I came up here to kind of help out.
When you say your family, who are you talking about?
Basically close friends of mine that I grew up with and lived with on and off.
What kind of business?
Gonna break for a second to thank Greg for this very generous $50 super chat. Thank you so much. Who says, my boy was a CU student who would do his weekly shopping at Kings Soopers every Monday from 2 to 3. He said that he had too much schoolwork that day when I talked to him. The shooting happened at 2:30. Too much schoolwork easily could have saved his life. Wow. Not to mention his diligence and responsibility of getting his schoolwork done. This was, I don't know if you were here earlier, but this was also my Kings Soopers. I was a CU student. I stayed in Boulder to go to DU Law. I lived in Table Mesa, a half a block from this Kings Soopers, and that was my supermarket many, many years before this incident, but I feel you. Thank you so much for your generous super chat. It's very appreciated.
Did they have?
We do a mold remediation business.
Tell us what that is.
So basically, we work with service patients that are people who are allergic to mold. So we go into their homes and we remove all the mold or contaminated material out of their homes.
Okay. What do you got to do to make that happen?
Lots of different things, like removing drywall, removing flooring. Basically, we go in and we demo anything we need to get the mold out of the house for the client.
And is that something you've been doing the 4 years you've been in Colorado?
Yes, sir.
And were you working in Boulder on March 22nd of 2021?
Yes, sir. We were actually working at a house down the road, right around the corner, and we had stopped by Kings Soopers to go to the deli for lunch.
When you say you were working at a house down around the corner, about how far was that house?
Literally about a block away.
And how did you end up going to King Soopers for lunch?
That one particular one actually had hot pizzas for lunch, so we were going there to get a pizza.
Was it something like in the deli you could go and get a pizza?
Yes, sir.
Did they just have pizzas ready or did you have to order it? Or
The ones that we ordered, we had to actually sit there and wait for, which was why we were still standing there.
about what time do you think you went to grab lunch that day?
It's hard to remember being that long, but it would have been somewhere around 11 or 12.
Okay. Could it have been later if I told you that the date or the time that the 911 calls started to come in was after 2:30? Could it have been later in the
It could
day?
have been, well, I know we were probably closer to 1, and then we were sitting there waiting for a while for a pizza. So,
So you go in, you go to the deli. Who were you with?
my partner, he was, do I need to say his name?
Oh, please.
He's another Daniel. I can't remember his last name, but he was a new guy that started with our company that day.
Oh, tell us about his first day.
It
He was
eventful.
untreated.
We had gone to the job site. We were setting up containment and everything. Then we got hungry. We went to lunch, and we were there getting everything ready for our lunch, drinks. We were getting the pizza. We're waiting on the pizza, standing over there when everything kind of started going down.
When you guys got there and realized that the pizzas weren't going to be ready, did you both do a little bit of grocery shopping?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
So it was around Easter time, so they usually have the candy that I like out there. So I went and grabbed my favorite jelly beans. And we were just kind of looking around, grabbing stuff that we wanted while we were waiting on our pizza.
How long do you think you had to wait for the pizza?
And it was a good 30 minutes at least.
Okay. And this whole time you're kind of did some grocery shopping and then you come back to the deli to continue to wait for your pizza?
Yes, sir.
While you're in the deli waiting for your pizza, what happened?
So I'm sitting there waiting. He was sitting there on the phone. We were chit-chatting kind of on and off. And I kind of started hearing sounds like something like backfiring at first, like car backfiring. So I took out the AirPod that was in my ear, kind of looked around, and then I saw a guy that looked like he was dressed tactically walking in between cars.
All right.
Looked like he was dressed tactically. Remember, if you didn't watch the first stream that we did, the perpetrator defendant did put a bulletproof vest on in the parking lot.
Back up. You said you had to take out a AirPod or something that was in your ear?
Yes, sir.
Was it hooked to your phone or were you listening to music or?
It's hooked to my phone, but I wear them because I have sensitive hearing. So I kind of keep my headphones in all times. It wasn't playing anything. I just kind of heard it. So because they did have noise canceling, I kind of took them out just so I could kind of hear what was going on.
So that first sound you heard, what did it sound like?
Honestly, to me, because I'm from the South and we shoot guns a lot, immediately it sounded like a gunshot to me. But with me being in Boulder and in a Soopers, like a grocery store, I was like, can't be that. So I took it out, kind of looked around. And then that's when I saw through the deli glass what was going on.
Okay. When you say through the deli glass, where are you looking in the store to look?
So on that particular Kings Soopers, where we were at, it's kind of hard to explain, but there's the deli side.
Hold on just a second. Let me see if I can help you.
All right. Sometimes we need to lighten the mood a little bit. And I'm just going to say, King Soopers Pizza, to wait a half an hour. He should have went to Abo's. Or do I have any Boulder friends in the chat? Is Abo's still around? Abo's had great pizza. It's not New York pizza, but it was the closest thing.
Exhibit number 1. Actually, I'm going to go I'm sorry.
Yeah. A little bit of Matt Damon vibes too. Anonymous Canadian girl. See it?
I'm going to go to 2. Do you see the area of the deli or can you identify the area of the deli on that diagram?
Yeah, so from my far left, where it's got the little corner area, which was right next to the little Starbucks, there's a glass wall right there that we could see straight out of.
Can you just stand up and there should be an orange handled pointer somewhere up there on the bench that you may be able to extend out?
So this is where we wait for the pizza. This is about where we were standing. This was all glass, so you can pretty much see straight out into the parking lot.
Okay. So you hear the sound, and is that what caused you to look out into the parking lot?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you saw when you looked out that front window.
So when I looked out that front window, it was kind of a couple of seconds in between when I heard the first sound versus when I saw the person. But I saw the person walking up in between cars, holding up like this, and actually taking aim and firing a gun.
And you've just motioned for purposes of the record, like a gun, like a rifle being shouldered
Mm-hmm.
with, yes?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that they were walking through cars. What direction were they moving in the parking lot?
So if you're standing facing like I am towards y'all at that glass, they're going to the right.
So that would be from the west side of the lot towards the east side of the lot?
If I'm,
If you're facing north,
yeah. So yes, sir.
can you describe what the person was wearing and what they look like?
And like I stated in my statement, I can't tell you what their face was because I never saw the face, but I can tell you that they look like they were wearing blue jeans, tactical vest, and the black vest type.
When you say a tactical vest, what do you mean?
Looks kind of like they were wearing, I wouldn't say bulletproof vest, but something kind of similar towards it.
Like something law enforcement might wear to hold their gear?
Yes,
Something military would wear to hold gear?
close to it.
Was the person, you indicated that they held the weapon to their shoulder and appeared to be aiming. What caused you to think they were aiming?
Like I stated in the thing, I could see the side of him. I couldn't see his face because the actual gun was covering their face. So they had their head down on it aiming.
So the cheek was kind of against the stock or the butt of the gun,
Yes, sir.
and it was the end of the gun or the butt of the gun was on the shoulder.
Yes, sir.
And that the position of the gun is what caused you to believe they were aiming when firing.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe anything else about the manner in which you saw the person firing the gun?
Not necessarily firing the gun off of, because like I said, it's been a while. But just the way they were walking, and I've been hunting, I've been target practicing, stuff like that. The way that he was holding and moving is not like just randomly shooting.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Wow. He was
Doesn't
hunting.
call for speculation.
He was hunting. He was targeting people. And from what we heard in the prosecution's opening, he was shooting people who were in fear because that old man, Mr. rder, that they talked about, who was something like 95 years old, I guess he had no idea what was going on. And the shooter passed him 2 or 3 times and just let him go. Anybody who was going about their business and didn't look like they were in fear, he didn't target. He targeted people who were in fear. Yikes.
Speculation, Judge. Overruled.
Overruled. Good.
When you say not randomly, what do you mean?
So we're from the South, so we shoot guns quite a lot. So I have friends that will go out and just shoot randomly at a tree or something like that. They're not really aiming. I have people that then turn around and actually take time and point and aim and shoot. This guy was not just moving, just shooting randomly. He was pointing and aiming.
What about
It's a great
how fast
description.
he was firing? Was it really rapid or was it slower?
So I heard quite a few shots before I even noticed what was going on. After that, I kind of, like, I heard more shots, but after that, it was kind of, I was trying to get out of the area. I couldn't tell you exactly how many more shots.
Could you tell anything about the type of weapon based on the speed of the shots?
Speed of the shots, it wasn't an automatic. It was more of a semi-automatic or manual, from what I could tell.
When you say not an automatic, not like a machine gun,
Meaning it wasn't a rapid fire. It wasn't shooting like machine gun style or anything like that.
wasn't spraying bullets.
No, not spraying bullets.
You saw aiming and kind of just a slow progression.
Yes, sir.
Objection has been answered.
Overruled.
Good. I like this judge.
Could
Let
you
the
see what he
witnesses
was shooting
speak.
at or what he was
Yes.
aiming at?
Couldn't see that. So all I know is because even though he was in between the cars, there were still cars blocking once he got to a certain point.
About how far away do you think you were when you saw him shooting in the parking lot?
Probably close to 200 to 300 yards away inside the building from where he was outside.
Once you identified there was somebody with a gun in the parking lot firing, what did you do?
Grabbed the guy that was working with me. We hid behind one of the little shelves that they have there until I heard him come into the store shooting. And then that's when I started getting out.
When you say you heard him come into the store, how did you know he'd entered the store?
the sound got louder, and glass was breaking and stuff like that. So if he wasn't in the store at the point in time, he was getting into the store.
When you say you heard those shots get louder, how many shots did you hear before
About 2 or 3, and it kind of, when he was coming through, you could hear it kind of echoing through. But then when he came into the store, it got extremely louder.
And do you know where he came into the store?
I couldn't tell you that.
So you started to say you guys initially ducked down by the kiosk. He enters the store. What action did you take with your partner at that point?
At that point, I actually made my way around the back end, all the way to the back to where there was an exit to going out the loading ramps.
When you say around the back end, what do you mean?
So where we were, we came down and around, like on the outskirt of the store, and we met up with a group of other people in the back and asked them where the exit was. He says, right back here. We walked back there. There's a door there. We got it open, and we got out.
When you say back there in the back of the store,
It's like the back side of the store?
what kind of area were you in when you left the store?
Probably the frozen side.
Was it an area, was the door you went out an area that people shopping would normally be walking around in?
No.
Describe what it was.
So so basically it's kind of like the metal storage area where it's a metal door where they go out, help trucks load in, unload out.
So more like a loading dock area.
Yes, sir.
Describe the door that you found in the back of the store.
Metal push door, like the metal bars in the middle, you push it open, you get out.
Was there anything securing the door?
Yes, there was a bar across the door. It looked like it had a padlock on it. The lock looked like it was locked, so we pulled it off, and then we opened up the bar and got it out.
When you say you pulled it off,
I don't think the lock at the point in time was locked, but it was set up to the way to where it looked like it was locked.
so the padlock's hanging on this bar, looks like it's locked, and then you grab it and are able to just take it off.
Yes.
So you get the padlock off. What do you have to do to the door to get it open after the padlock's off?
So there was a bar that ran across that the padlock sat on something else and locked the bar into place to keep the door from opening. We lifted the bar up, I threw it to the side, and then I pushed the door open.
And when you say we, are you talking about your partner, the other Daniel, or somebody else?
Just me, basically. I'm referring to the whole group of people in the room.
About how many people are in the room when you get that door open?
I would say anywhere from 20 to 30.
And they're all in this back storage area and couldn't figure out how to get out?
Well, the first guy that originally ran in had said the door's locked. So people started trying to scurry around, try to find another way out. I just happened to look at the lock pad, grabbed it, pulled it open, and then moved the bar and got out the door. After that, everybody else followed me behind.
How many people you think followed you out and came out that door after you got it open?
I know everybody in the room. After that, I can't really say because at the time we were coming out that door, there was a group of people coming out of another door in the same area.
Another door on the back of the store.
Yes, sir.
Estimate the number of people that came out both those doors together that were in back?
Anywhere from 50 to 100.
What'd you do when you got outside?
Went up the hill, and at that point, somewhere in between all that, it hit my knee, and my knee was swelling up, so it's kind of hard for me. When I got on top of the hill, I stopped for a sec, started calling 911, made the 911 call as we were making our way towards the other shopping district.
When you say other shopping district, like what direction were you moving?
So we would be moving in the same, like from west to east.
What happened to your knee?
Somehow along during the way, I jammed it and slammed it on something, which caused it to start swelling and got nerve damage on it.
How long after you got out that back door did you place the 911 call?
I would say less than 5 to 10 minutes. I wanted to make sure I was away from the building before I started calling.
He may have saved a lot of lives that day, Aga. Aga says he helped so many people. Yeah, he may have saved a lot of lives that day. Lives.
Do you give the information you had to the 911 operator at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
Judge, permission to approach.
You may.
Not all heroes wear capes.
Mr. Slay, I've handed you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 7. Can you tell us what that is?
That would be a recording of my 911 call
How do you know that's what's on the CD?
because I signed it.
Judge, I would move to admit People's Exhibit 7.
No objection.
Thank you. It's admitted.
And permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
Trigger warning.
911, where's the emergency? Kings Soopers, Boulder. Can you see the suspect? I told him earlier, but I'll bed up back there at the ship door. Do you have a description? Right now, about 5'9", 5'10", wearing a black vest, looks like a bulletproof vest or an armed vest. A black AR. AR? AR, it's a black gun. Yep. It's almost like an AR, but I'm not real sure. What was he wearing? Blue jeans, I can't tell you the rest. All I know is what he's wearing. I'm too busy trying to get another guy out the door. Okay. Can you shelter in place and barricade yourself? We are outside the store and we are walking away from the store. We don't have to out for a police report or anything. Get out of there. All right, we're out.
Get out of there. The 911 operator knew what was going on. There had been a huge response from many surrounding departments, not just Boulder Police. Law enforcement came from all over. And he was so calm in that 911 call, and just props to Kevin Slay for saving lives that day.
You saw him. Probably about 6 minutes before I guess everybody else started calling. Where did you see him? We were in the deli section. We looked out the window and I saw him right over there by the truck and the parking lot shooting at somebody. Okay. Get out of there. Get out of there. We are going to keep walking. We're everything we got. Thank you. Yep.
Judge, I have no further questions for Mr. Slay.
Mr. Dunn?
Judge, no questions for this witness.
Okay, Mr. Slay, you are excused.
They haven't
Released from the
He can-
subpoena?
Yes, Judge.
All right, sir.
No objection.
Thank you.
100% Ned. You do see the best
Oh,
of folks. at
You told me,
times like
Judge. I'm
this.
sorry. That was my bad, Mr. Slay. I didn't believe that.
FF a little bit to the next witness. This
All right, Dr. Sheets, if you'll make your way to your left. And then on up towards this small right screen here on your left.
this witness is a doctor. She was in the store at the time. I'm not sure. I
And
did
face
not
me
listen to
before you
her
have a seat.
testimony
Please
yet,
Raise your right hand.
but it may be a little bit triggering for those of you who need to step away. It's okay. Step away and come back. Take breaks as you need.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated. Get real close to that microphone if you would, please. And there's some water there if you need it. Thank you.
Doctor, can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for us?
Yes, my name is Allison Sheets and the last name is spelled Sheets.
How were you employed?
Recently retired emergency physician, previously employed by Boulder Community Health in the emergency department.
How long did you work in emergency medicine?
From 2008 until December of 2023.
What year did you graduate from from medical school? I'm sorry.
2004.
And you spent your time mainly working in Boulder?
I worked in Longmont for approximately 10 years before I moved to working in Boulder.
And I missed it. You said you retired as of December
December 31st.
of 2023.
Correct.
Doctor, are you married?
I am common law married with a spouse by the name of Dale Wong.
What were you and Dr. Wong doing that particular day?
On the day in question, we had been skiing up near Allen's Park and we were coming back home, stopping at the grocery store for some food.
All right. I just want to say that was kind of an awkward question. Are you married? He could have just said, was anybody with you that day? And she could have said yes. And then he could have said who. And then she could have described it the way that she wanted to. I don't know. It's a thought.
When you say you were skiing near Allen's Park, were you cross country skiing?
Correct.
What made you decide to stop at that particular Kings Soopers?
I've been shopping at that Kings Soopers since approximately 1985. It's closest to our house.
That's before I was even there.
Do you remember about what time you got there?
3-ish,
Could it have been maybe a little earlier?
could have been 2-ish.
Describe what you guys were doing when you got to the store.
Sort of normal grocery store activities. We went in with some bags and we were getting a variety of groceries. We went in together.
Did you remain together while you were shopping?
No, we split up. Just prior to the event, I had gone to the front of the grocery store and Dale was towards the back.
Swifty, this isn't live. We picked it up yesterday. So we're going from the beginning. Actually, this was not yesterday. This was actually I think it was last Thursday.
While you guys were separated, what happened?
What happened is that I heard loud noises. I reacted to that loud noise. Heard some additional loud noises. I hid in a shelf of potato chips, and the events that this trial is regarding ensued.
What were you doing when you heard the first loud noise?
I was looking for steel cut oats in the aisle where the oatmeal and potato chips are. And when I heard the first loud noise, it wasn't clear what it was, but it was very loud. And I ducked behind a cardboard display. And then I heard further noises, which was obviously gunshots. And I believe, some screaming. And I went sideways into the shelves of potato chips to hide.
Why'd you go into the shelf of potato chips rather than stay where you were hiding behind the display?
Because the cardboard display was no hiding place. It was small.
Can you describe for the jury in any more detail how you got into the shelf or what shelf you were on?
Yeah, when I crouched behind the cardboard display, it was really just very small, maybe 2 feet high. And I was down near the bottom of the shelves, and there was a number, 4 to 6 shelves of chips. And I just went sideways immediately into that lowest shelf.
What direction was your head pointing when you got into the shelf?
My head was towards the north end of the store. My feet were toward the south end of the store, and I was on my belly.
Were you somewhat concealed in that position?
Fortunately, I was.
Could you tell when you were hearing the gunshots where they were coming from inside the store?
Yeah, they were coming from the sort of northeast entrance.
Did that change at some point?
I heard gunshots, yes, in different locations. Most of them seemed to be in the front of the store. I did also hear a gunshot that came from the back of the store, which would be the south end, after I had hidden. Actually, I heard most of them after I'd hidden.
You indicated a minute ago that in addition to the gunshots, you heard screams. Could you tell where the screams were coming from?
Other than the first bang, which was hard to localize, they all sounded like in that area of the northeast entrance.
Describe what happened after you were on the shelf with the chips.
I hid. I had, as I'd been skiing, I had a very bright yellow jacket on, so I knew I was rather conspicuous, and fortunately, many of the potato chips are colored yellow. I just hunkered in there as quietly and quickly as I could. I did look up at just seconds after I hid and saw the gunman walk past the aisle that I was in. I looked away pretty quickly after that. I just didn't want to be seen in any way. And I just stayed in that position for quite some time. Heard some gunshots and other things, and eventually was contacted by my spouse via phone.
When you saw the gunman walk by, was he in the front or the back of the store?
In the front.
Because your head was pointed towards the north, which would be the front of the store, correct?
Correct.
What was he doing as he walked by?
He was hunting. He was looking down the aisle as he walked by.
Hunting.
So he actually turned and looked down the aisle that you were hiding on.
Correct.
What part of him could
Must
you
have
see?
been Lay's potato chips if she was able to camouflage herself in her yellow jacket. Lay's has entered the chat, and this is terrifying. I can't even imagine what she went through, but she's telling us.
Most of his upper body and his face.
Can you describe the person you saw?
Yeah, a white male with facial hair, dark facial hair, slightly overweight, wearing light colored clothing, carrying an assault rifle.
What direction was he moving as he was passing the aisle?
East to west.
At some point later, while you were hiding on the shelf, did you take some photographs after the incident had resolved?
I did.
Oh, wow. She took
Judge, can I
pictures.
approach?
Yes, sir.
She's an ER doc. I wonder if she tried to help any of the injured. That'll be interesting to hear. I mean, injured, I'm not sure at what point they were pronounced.
Dr. Sheets, I've handed you what has been marked as People's Exhibits 8 and 9. Can you tell us what those are?
So I took these essentially from where I was hiding. I was fairly confident at that time that the shooting was over and that the gunman had been apprehended. There were a variety of law enforcement officers, I believe, clearing the grocery store. And so Exhibit 9 shows the cardboard display that I initially crouched against or behind, and the potato chips on the ground were not there when I initially hid.
So I'm going to enlarge this. Well, that's not going to work.
Exhibit 8 is a little bit more of what I was able to see. I think I'd moved out slightly when I took that picture, or held the camera out slightly. My head was a little bit further in, so some of my vision was obscured by the chip bags.
Do they accurately reflect kind of your view while you were hiding on the shelf?
Yeah, pretty accurately. Probably
Judge,
not exactly.
I would move to admit People's Exhibits 8 and 9.
No objection.
They're admitted.
Permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Sheets, can you tell us what we're looking at here and just walk the jury through what they're seeing in People's Exhibit 8?
Those are two, looks like Boulder police. The guy on the left, it looks like SWAT team member. They are in approximately the position, the left-hand officer is in approximately the position that I saw the gunman in. Again, I think that I had my camera slightly further out than my head was at the time when I visualized the gunman. But you can tell that I'm just above the floor, hiding in a shelf.
But from a distance perspective, this accurately reflects the officer on the left about the distance that the defendant was away when you observed him to pass the aisle.
Yeah, approximately.
You mentioned that you saw him in addition to an assault rifle. Why do you say assault rifle, or can you describe it more?
It had that classic appearance with the AK-47 or the AR-15s that you see in multiple areas. It was not a long rifle, so I would sort of describe it as a sawed-off assault rifle, but it was not a regular hunting rifle or target shooting rifle. It had the large clip and the sort of things sticking off the top and the bottom.
How was he holding it as he stood at the head of the aisle?
I don't really remember exactly. It seemed to be up in his arms, but I can't tell you whether it was precisely in his left or right arm.
And you mentioned earlier your perception that he was hunting in going aisle to aisle. Why did you draw that conclusion?
I've had plenty of time to think about it. I did see his eyes. He was looking down the aisle, sort of at, eye level. And I just sort of remember the stare looking down that aisle. And like I said, it was not something I wanted to lock eyes with. So I turned away pretty quickly. But that was the sort of stance and calm expression on the face.
You mentioned a little earlier that your husband tried to contact you. Tell the jury about that.
So I had been lying there for not very long. The gunshots that I had heard behind me, I think, had already happened, and my phone rang. It was in my ski pants pocket.
Oh,
The
no.
ring is unique. It's a bird call, not a regular phone ring. So I knew who was calling. It also was quite frightening because I thought it might blow my cover. So I immediately grabbed the phone and answered it. And we had a very brief conversation. I told him where I was. I was alive and hiding, and I couldn't talk. And I turned my ringer off. And we did have a number of text exchanges after that over the course of the events.
Wow.
Did you learn what had happened to your husband?
I don't remember if he told me precisely that he had escaped out the back, but he said he was outside, behind the grocery store.
How long after you got onto the shelf did you hear additional shots?
There was there was a shot that was the one that I believe killed the person in the next aisle. I heard that.
Hold on, there's an objection.
Calls for speculation.
Judge, I think if she continues, she will be able to explain why she drew that conclusion. I can rephrase the question.
It's because she said, I think. That's why.
You heard an additional shot after you were on the shelf. Where did it sound like that shot was coming from?
So I heard several shots after I was hiding. The first one was quite soon after I hid, and it was coming from behind, and it was very close to me, and I heard and smelled some things that were likely in the aisle directly to my east. And that was within, probably less than a minute.
So less than a minute after being on the shelf, you hear shots. What you're saying is behind you, you're laying on your stomach. So you said that's to the east?
Correct. It would be to my right as I'm laying towards the north.
So you said that's where it sounded like the shots came from. How many shots did you hear?
The shot came from behind. So I heard it at what would be the back of the store, but I heard the results of that shot to my right.
Okay. So the shots were coming from the back of the store, and then you hear something in the aisle next to you. Describe what you heard in the aisle next to you.
I heard someone die, just a little breath of exhalation of someone collapsing and dying, and I smelled blood after that.
Something that people would describe as agonal breathing?
Yeah, it was just a sigh almost, just a little bit
And
more than that.
how are you familiar with that sound being associated with someone dying?
Well, I work in emergency medicine, and I've had the unfortunate experience of seeing and being around multiple people who have passed. So it's not a surprise. It was obvious to me that this was a terminal event.
I wonder if this, I mean, anybody who's been through this is going to have PTSD, right? I think we can all agree on that. She did say she retired from being an emergency room doctor at the end of 2023. I wonder if it just became too much for her because of this trauma. Wow.
So you hear the shots coming down or from behind you in the aisle next to you, smell blood, hear this final breath, and that's what caused you to draw the conclusion the person had been killed in the aisle next to you.
Correct. And I heard no other sounds from that spot for the remainder of the day.
As far as where you heard that sound of a person making that last breath.
Correct.
Did you encounter anyone else while you were hiding on the shelf?
Yes, later on, and the timing is difficult, but it seemed quite a bit later on. There was a gentleman that came into the aisle, sort of crawled into the aisle, didn't know I was there, started pulling some of the chips away out of the shelf. Those are the ones you saw in that picture on the floor. And he sort of looked like he was going to try to hide into that same shelf. I was able to catch his eye, and I don't know how I motioned, but I didn't want him to continue to pull potato chips out because I thought that would make it obvious that someone had been there. And when I caught his eye, he stopped what he was doing, and then he went behind me to the south, towards the back, and got into the shelf without disrupting any potato chips, and was behind me hiding.
When that man came crawling towards your location down the aisle, where was he coming from?
I think he was one of the checkers coming. He was in Kings Soopers uniform, and he came from the checkout aisles.
So he would have been coming from the front of the store down the aisle that you were on.
Correct.
Did you see a name tag?
Not at that time.
After the event, did you see a name tag?
Yes, afterwards I saw, I believe it was K, was the name tag.
So this man starts to remove the chips. You're in some way motion to him or alert him. You're already hiding there. And then he crawls in behind you. What were your concerns at that point in time?
My concerns were that if the gunman came back around and noticed that there were now chips out there, it might make him look a little closer.
Oh, the terror.
That maybe somebody had been in that aisle or was hiding in that aisle.
Correct.
Is that depicted in People's Exhibit 9? We haven't shown the jury yet.
Yeah, those were the chips that Kay pulled out.
When you got onto the shelf, those chips didn't get displaced. You didn't knock any chips to the floor.
I did not.
And then when he comes in, he's trying to crawl in there and he's moving chips, and that was why you were alarmed.
Correct.
And that's the chips we see on the floor in People's 9. At some point, did you hear other crashing type sounds?
Yes. I heard very loud crashing sounds towards the front of the store. I really didn't know what they were. Like huge crashing sounds.
Did you continue to hear the gunman move about the store?
I'd never heard the gunman move about the store. Never heard anything from who I would have assumed the gunman or anything from any other people after that initial, the initial few minutes of gunfire.
And then eventually you see the officers in the pictures that you're taking while you're still in hiding. And how do you notify them that you and Kay are there?
Well, there were other things that happened. So after the person in the next aisle was shot, there was quite a bit of time of silence. There was another volley of gunfire towards the front of the store. I believe it was after that is when the really loud noises occurred. And then there was another volley of gunfire. And it was after that that I did start to hear other things besides gunfire. The crashes, I believe, stopped at that point. I can't remember exactly the time frame for the crashes, but there were some yells and some dogs and a lot of commotion back towards the southeast side of the store. And that was after the last of the gunfire. And it was because of the sounds of the dog and some of the sounds, and I can't remember any distinct vocalizations, but noises that the law enforcement officers made. I knew that they had apprehended the gunman.
Just to be clear, you talked about a lot of different sets of shots, and I want to make sure that I understand. You hear the initial shots that cause you to duck down behind the cardboard display, correct?
Correct.
You then realize that you're not in a protected position and you climb onto the shelf, correct?
Correct.
And then you hear the shots in what you believe to be from the back to the front of the store in the aisle next to you, and what you believe to be the woman die.
Correct.
After that, you said there's another volley of shots. Could you tell where in the store those shots were?
Yeah, there was 2 subsequent sets of gunfire, and they were both from that northeast entrance, as far as I could tell.
Any idea how many shots during those second 2 volleys?
More than one, but I can't say other than that.
So describe what happened.
There seems to be a little break in the testimony. Swifty, thanks for the super chat. Do you think his parents should be implicated? He was 21 at the time, so I don't know of any states that allow parents to be implicated once their child is an adult. But it's a good question because we're seeing that a lot lately.
When ultimately you alerted SWAT to your position?
So as you've now seen that I took a couple pictures, I knew that the officers were, I'm sure, clearing the scene. I remained silent and hidden. I believe they even walked down our aisle once before I alerted them. I'm not 100% certain about that. But at one point, 2 officers walked past us and I said, 2 civilians in here or something like that. I just indicated that there were people hiding.
So the officers didn't see you in your hiding spot.
They did not.
How did the officers respond when you called out to them?
They immediately sort of ducked down and helped us out and helped us up to our feet and escorted us to the front of the store.
And when you got to the front of the store, did you see that there were casualties?
I did.
What did you see?
When I stood up and walked by the aisle next to me, I looked down the aisle to confirm with my eyes what I sensed with my hearing and smell, and saw one body there. And then they set us down, I believe, near the firewood, which would have been sort of close, but not exactly at that northeast entrance. And there was a Kings Soopers employee, I know that because of the name badge, who was deceased, laying on the floor in front of us.
Did you also see an officer down?
I saw the officer down when I walked out of the store.
Where was the officer?
He was at the end of a long trail of blood that went from inside the store to outside the doors, right at the entrance.
Doctor, I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you.
Mr. Dunn?
Judge, no questions.
All right, thank you. You may be excused, maybe she released from the subpoena.
Please, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, thank you. All right, you may step down.
That was rough. I saw that too. The other Jules, that she was self-soothing with her
Next
body
witness.
language.
Your Honor, the people call Logan Smith to the stand.
FF a little bit for Logan to get on the stand.
Get nice and close to that microphone, please. And there's a cup there in front of you if you want to move that. And then there's some fresh cups to your left. Help yourself to some water if you'd like.
All right, let me just see if I can zoom in on this a little bit for us. So we can see the witness better. There we go. We don't really need to see the judge, do we?
Got it.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Logan Ezra Smith, Smith.
Mr. Smith, how old are you?
I am 23.
I'm going to ask you just a few questions about your background and then transition into the events of March 22nd, 2021, okay?
Understood.
Where did you grow up, Mr. Smith?
I grew up here in Boulder, Colorado.
Can you walk the jury just through your education and your time in Boulder?
Yes. So I grew up at, I was born at the previous Boulder Community Health on Broadway, and spent my whole life here until I was 18, and I moved to Gun Barrel. During that time of living in Gun Barrel, I began working at Kings Soopers, and spent some time in Longmont, went to Boulder High School. Pretty much describes my growing up in Boulder.
And did you graduate from high school?
I sure did.
What high school did you graduate from?
Boulder High School.
And what year did you graduate high school, Mr. Smith?
I was a super senior. I graduated a year late in 2020 during the pandemic.
Where are you living now?
Currently traveling around, residing back here in Boulder for this trial, but in the process of relocating to New Mexico.
And who have you been traveling with?
I have been traveling with my girlfriend, Olivia McKenzie.
What have you been doing for work over the last year or two?
So I was working at Boulder Community Health. I was a supply chain specialist there. In May, I took a leave of absence to reassess life and see what other opportunities I could have. And I decided to remove myself from working at the hospital in an effort to find a new career. And I came back to Boulder and began working at a coffee shop temporarily that I had worked at directly after the shooting on Pearl Street. As of now, I am in the process of joining the police academy in New Mexico.
Okay. For those of you who are asking in the chat, Boulder is, yes, it's a college town. The university has about 33,000 students. It has grown quite a bit since I was a student there 100 years ago. And it has become very, very expensive. So, Radine, I know if you live there, you know how expensive it is to live in Boulder now. It didn't used to be like that. It's built up a lot and it's very expensive. So it is an affluent area. This young man, Logan, is born and raised Boulder. He went to Boulder High. And so you have to, property is so expensive in Boulder these days that yes, it's even though the university takes up so much of the town and so many college students, most of them are either local Colorado, but if out-of-state tuition is crazy expensive. So everyone who comes from out of state has a lot of money, and the people who can afford to live in Boulder also have a lot of money. So yes, it is a very high-end town. And it's a small town and it's beautiful. If you look at the thumbnail, I switched the thumbnail up from yesterday. It's a picture of the Flatirons. It's one of the most beautiful places in the world. I used to call it Disneyland for college students. It's just beautiful. And there's 360 days of sun a year. So it's an incredibly happy place. It's always sunny. It is a town that recycled in the 80s before anybody recycled, that had bike lanes in the 80s before anybody had bike lanes. You could put your bicycle right onto the town bus and ride the town bus around. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. And it's something like this to happen there is not, look, Colorado had Columbine and then they had that horrible movie theater shooting, but Boulder's always been kind of like its little bubble. And so for something like this to happen there, the ripple effects are enormous still to this day. And this case has taken 3.5 years to get to trial. And here we are.
And I'm going to take you now back to March 22nd of 2021, okay?
Yes.
Where were you working at that time?
I was working both in the Starbucks as well as the meat department on the day of I was at Starbucks.
And where Sorry, where are you referring to? King Soopers?
Kings Soopers, yes,
And is that the King Soopers located on Table Mesa in South Boulder, Colorado?
that is correct.
So for the jurors who may not know, there's Starbucks located within King Soopers. Is that owned and operated by Starbucks, or is that staffed by King Soopers employees?
It's staffed by King Soopers employees. It's kind of like a branch off of Starbucks directly. We are paid and employed by King Soopers.
And during that time period, you're working both in the Starbucks area, but also the meat department.
That is correct.
And at that point, in March of 2021, how long approximately had you been working in that King Soopers?
Up until March 22nd, 2021, I had been there for just under a year.
Can you tell the jury about your average or weekly schedule at King Soopers?
Yes. So my schedule, I willingly worked pound hours. I had a stretch of time where I did 56-hour weeks for about 16 weeks. I needed the money to support myself and my mom and my family. And it alternated. I was mainly working at Starbucks closing, but some days I would work the meat department. And then if the deli needed help as well, I would help them out. My coworkers at the time called me the multi-tool of the store.
I wonder if his desire to now go into law enforcement is because of this traumatic event. It's interesting how things like this can also shape people's lives into a positive way or in a positive way, as if there's anything good that can come from this.
And when you worked in the Starbucks located in that King Soopers, what did an average day look like for you?
It varied. About half my time I was opening the kiosk, and then other times I was closing. On March 22nd in particular, I was on a closing shift.
And what does that mean? What kind of work were you doing?
It's essentially just your daily routines as a barista, except in the closing shift, you're cleaning up and restocking everything, getting the opening team ready for a busy morning.
Approximately what hours would a closing shift consist of?
Typically, it would be 12 to 8:30.
12 p.m. to 8:30 p.m.?
That is correct.
Okay. Where were you living at that time?
My home was in Gun Barrel, but I spent about 2 months with a friend of mine in South Boulder during that time.
During that time period, would you ever go to that King Soopers on your personal time as well as for work?
No, honestly, since I worked there so much, the days that I wasn't there, I would stay far, far away from it.
I'm going to ask the court if we could put up Exhibit 1 on the screen and just get us oriented to where the Starbucks is in King Soopers. See the exhibit number 1 on the screen there, Mr. Smith?
That is correct.
It's also on the screen behind you.
Okay.
Can you just give us an idea of where the Starbucks is located inside the store?
Yes. So if you take a look to the left side of the building, the Starbucks kiosk is located pretty much right next to the west side entrance and exit. You would have gone through the entrance, gone around a corner to your right-hand side, and you would be met at the front of the kiosk.
And there should be an orange pointer. Is there one on the witness stand? Not on the picture, I'm sorry, but an actual pointer device on the witness stand.
Oh, yes.
You mind just showing the jury on the screen behind you what you're referring to?
Mm-hmm.
Can extend the pointer if you like.
Okay.
Gun
Love it.
Barrel is a town outside of
Sure.
Boulder. One word.
Extends further, but that tip is a little tricky.
Okay. Is it like a red dot or no?
No.
Okay. So it's located about right here. This box, I believe, from my best understanding, is the kiosk itself.
Indicating the box to the left of that red set of doors on the left side of the store.
That is correct.
So it's on the west side of the store, the Starbucks kiosk.
Yes.
On an average day, how many people would be working for Kings Soopers? Just approximately.
Approximately total for Kings Soopers, I would estimate between 50 and 60 employees on shift at a time.
Did you get to know your coworkers over time?
Yes. Working a variety of different times throughout the day, I got to know almost everyone that was working there at the time.
Who were some of the people working at Kings Soopers on that March 22nd day, Mr. Smith?
A good friend, Rikki Olds, was working. My coworker, Helen, and I'll be honest, I'm drawing a blank on most of the names right now.
That's okay. We're going to just take it step by step, okay?
You
Okay.
said 50 or 60
Let's circle back. You mentioned Rikki Olds.
people working.
Correct.
How long had you known Rikki Olds for before March 22nd, 2021?
I got to know Rikki shortly after I started working there, and the impression she gave off was so welcoming that I felt as if I knew her for so long, except I only knew her when I met her, and then I knew her for the whole year I was there.
Referring to Rikki Olds, who is one of the victims. She was 25 years old, also an employee at Kings Soopers. Thanks, Anna Brown, for typing these names and ages out for me. And I put them up on the screen every so often because, as always, this channel is about the victims. And this case is about the victims, and prayers up for their families who are living through this horrific trial.
What kind of work did she do for Kings Soopers?
She was in general merchandise and then got promoted to supervisor of the front end.
Bless you. And what does it mean to be a supervisor of the front end at Kings Soopers?
Essentially, I believe her own roles were supervising the cashiers and the baggers, as well as monitoring customer service and the self-checkout areas.
And you knew her for about a year or so.
That is correct.
How would you describe Rikki Olds as a person?
The best way to describe her is like the sister everyone would love to have. Bubbly. Her laugh you could hear across the store. If you were having a bad day, she had the magic to see that you were going through something and just make you smile immediately. She personally helped me pick my head up and put a smirk on my face if I was having a tough day. And I was grateful to share my final moments with her on the day of the shooting as well.
We're going to come to that in a couple minutes, okay?
Understood.
Did you also work with another young person by the name of Denny Stong?
That is correct.
How long had you known Denny Stong for before the shooting?
I got to know Denny, I believe it was the second day I worked at Kings Soopers. He was like the night crew courtesy clerk, cleaning up around the store and all of that. And working the closing shift at Starbucks, he would come up to me and just start a conversation out of nowhere. And I'm quite an introvert, so I was wanting to avoid conversation if I could, but he kept sticking around and talking to me, and we got to know each other and developed a friendship like no other I've ever had. And it took some time to get to that level, but probably every weekend or a day that we both weren't working, we were hanging out.
What would the two of you do when you were hanging out outside of work?
We would go up in the mountains, go explore. We went out flying drones and just doing outdoor stuff. He introduced me to firearms, and I learned how to use firearms and rifles and shotguns through him. And it was it was very educational and a great bonding experience with him. So yeah.
Can you tell the jury more about that?
Denny, who's 20 years old, Denny Stong, was also a victim in this massacre.
Where'd you guys go and what you did?
Yeah. We mainly went to a friend's property, just, I believe it was north of Nederland. And we would go up there every Saturday or so and just set up some targets on the tree or just shoot around pretty much, just as a pastime.
Okay. And that was you and Denny together.
That is correct.
And who'd the guns belong to, if you know?
That was the weapons at the time were Denny's, and after getting experienced, I purchased my own as well, and I brought that along. And he taught me how to use my rifle better as well.
What was Denny like as a person?
He was, he would hate me however I describe him, but he was cocky, if I may use that word, arrogant, but he loved everyone. If you got to know Denny, and he respected and liked you, he was by your side through it all. And he was like a brother I never had, like a brother from another mother. And he put me in my place many times and strengthened my confidence and my love for myself. And he was a great person to be around.
Sounds like you guys spent a lot of time together outside of work.
We did.
And how often would you see Denny at work?
I would say about probably four or 5 days a week. We shared very similar days that we worked together.
Did you know a woman who worked at Kings Soopers by the name of Teri Leiker?
I sure did.
Oh.
What did Teri do at Kings Soopers?
Teri was, I believe she was a bagger. She helped the checkers, and she was pretty much every customer's favorite person, really. I personally had known Teri prior to working at Kings Soopers. She was my grandma's favorite person working there, and got to know her when I was, I don't know, I think I met Teri when I was 7, the first time I ever met her. Loyal to the store, loyal to the community, and a lovely, sweet lady.
If this young man did not tell me that he was an introvert, I never would have guessed it. His testimony is heartbreaking. So far, he's testified that at least 3 of his friends who worked at the store were lost that day. Radine, who lives in the area, I believe still, says King Soopers hired people with disabilities and nobody ever quit. The majority of employees have been there for 40 years plus. Boulder is a niche that is support for CU, which is University of Colorado, Boulder. And recently, Google and Amazon have also moved there and set up headquarters. It's a beautiful piece of the country.
When you say you met Teri for the first time, where did you meet Teri?
I met her at Table Mesa Kings Soopers. When I was a kid, my family and I would take the bus from North Boulder to go there to shop.
And then years later, you end up working with Teri.
That is correct.
And what was Teri like as a colleague and as a person at Kings Soopers?
She was bubbly, she was sweet, but she would also put you in your place. She was ruthlessly honest. She would not mix words. And everyone that I worked with that worked there with her, they all respected Teri.
Well, Rikki, Denny, and Teri working on March 22nd?
Rikki and Teri were, but Denny was not.
Okay. So we're going to start to go through the events from March 22nd, okay?
Understood.
What shift were you working that day, Mr. Smith?
I was working the closing shift, which as mentioned was 12 to 8:30, but I was actually called in 2 hours early as we were short-staffed.
Short-staffed for Kings Soopers as a whole or just for Starbucks?
Just for Starbucks.
Okay. So you get called in, you go to the Starbucks area, and just to the best of your recollection, what was the day like before everything started to happen?
Yes, the day in general was very mellow. Beautiful weather. Getting to the store, it carried the same vibe of the day. Working in retail, you always have interactions which kind of elevate the nervous system and the anxiety and all of that, but there was not a single negative experience when I got to the store. Everyone was peaceful. It was quiet, mellow. It wasn't loud in the store at all. When I arrived to the kiosk, I was surprisingly joined by an espresso machine repairman who it wasn't alerted to me that would be a situation, but I was joined by the repairman for my entire shift before the shooting happened.
Had you ever met him before?
I had never met him.
What was he doing at Starbucks while you were working there?
He was working on one of our espresso machines that was on its annual repair cycle. It was a bit more challenging than I guess he had expected, and it took a little longer. He was there from when I got to the store, I believe, a little bit prior, and then about 10 minutes before the shooting started.
And he's with you that entire time in and around Starbucks?
That is correct.
And where did he go?
And his name is Neven Stanisic, and we heard about him the other day when his coworker testified. His coworker, Johnny Lee Sean. And that was heartbreaking testimony too. This young man saw more horror in one day than anyone should ever have to experience in their entire life. And now I'm convinced that that is probably why he's choosing to go into the police academy in New Mexico. Wow.
Go shortly before the shooting, to your knowledge?
So when he departed from the kiosk, he told me that I got to ask him a lot of questions and learn about his life. And I could tell that he was in a similar position as me, just trying to earn money to support himself and his family as well. And he mentioned he was on his way to another job in Longmont. And that was that. He packed up his stuff and left.
At around 2:30 p.m. on March 22nd, what did you hear from outside the store, Mr. Smith?
Around that time, I hear immediately, with my previous firearm experience, I immediately recognize that there's gunshots outside. What inside the store, it sounded like it was in the direction of the west side. And for some reason in my mind, I don't know why I didn't get nervous or react to it. I, for some reason, thought it was just some high school kids shooting a firearm in the distance up in the sky or something. It wasn't unusual to hear that, like fireworks and whatnot. So,
what happened then?
After the shots started outside, I should run it back a little bit. I actually had served Denny coffee, and Denny was there on a day that he wasn't working. He had came back from the mountains and wanted to stop by because he was like, "You make the best coffee, and I wanted my caramel macchiato from you." And so when the shots had started, that was all for context. When the shots had started, Denny is walking away. Denny is walking east to the east exit, and I'm hearing the shots. I'm seeing him walk away. Time is starting to freeze, and I'm taken out of my frozen state by a customer coming up to me and stating that there's an active shooter outside. And I react. I go outside. I immediately look to my west side, and I see nothing. And then immediately snap my head to look to the east, and I probably 40 feet away, I see a gunman gun down 2 individuals. And then after I see the second individual fall to the ground, I run back inside, essentially adjacent with the gunman.
Can I stop you for a second?
Wow.
Yes, of course.
I'm just going to ask you a few follow-up questions about that before we move on to what happened next.
Understood.
Wow. You saw 2 people gunned down in the parking lot. And then he says he runs back into the store adjacent with the gunman who's also running into the store. Some people are saying, and Scott, thanks for answering. I was going to ask you to answer this. If he possibly, maybe perhaps has PTSD, should he become a cop? Is that wise? And then Scott says if someone has PTSD, they probably won't pass the psych eval, but they may. And so many officers that I know, and even on TV, like Law and Order. Anybody know about Olivia Benson's like past history? So many people go into law enforcement because of the trauma that happened to them at younger ages, and because family members have been killed or murdered. And so, yeah, I guess that's the right answer, is if they can pass the psych eval to get in, they can often make more empathetic law enforcement figures because of their experiences. So the answer is it depends. I had to take a break there because it was becoming overwhelming for me. But here we go. He's going back into Kings Soopers adjacent to the shooter.
Understood.
Denny comes up and orders his coffee drink from you.
Correct.
And when he's walking away towards the east, did he have the cup in his hand?
Yes.
The person tells you there's an active shooter outside. What do you take that to mean?
I mean, immediately the worst comes to my mind, that there's going to be a mass shooting and I'm going to be there and I'm going to witness it. That's all playing in my mind. No panic, no nothing. It's just stable.
He was 20
Obviously,
at the time.
the energy
actually.
and the heart rate is rising, but the mind is stable for what's happening.
Then you head out those west doors.
Correct.
And you were starting to tell the jury about seeing the gunman gun down 2 people.
Yes.
Can you just break that down for us and tell the jury what you remember seeing?
Yes. So from what I remember, after I looked to the west and then I snapped my head and looked to the east, I witnessed the gunman gun down one individual who was about in the middle of the store, on the side of the store, and then another individual who was running up the ramp to go inside the store. And then as that last individual falls to the ground, that is when I run back into the store.
The first person you saw, the gunman gun down, you said he was in the middle. I think you said the middle of the store. Do you mean the middle of the roadway?
Correct.
Okay. And how did the gunman hold the gun when he was shooting at this person?
He held it as if he had previous experience.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained, if you could rephrase the question, and narrow it down to a description.
Sure.
They keep objecting every time a witness says that he looks like he knew what he was doing with that gun and that it wasn't his first time and that he was hunting people down. But, you know, it's a proper objection because he can't speculate. He's got to show a basis for his knowledge or just describe what he saw.
Thank you, Your Honor. How is he holding the gun?
As I was saying, he was holding it as if he had experience.
Objection.
I hear you.
I'll ask it. So some of this, Mr. Smith, is this your first time testifying in court, by the way?
That sure is.
Okay. So some of this is
I
us
mean,
making
of
sure that the
course.
question, so that question by me, I'm going to change it a little bit just so you can answer it in the way that's allowed. Okay.
Understood.
When I say physically, how is he holding it? I mean, like holding it in one hand, two hands. How is he actually holding the gun at that point in time?
Yes. He had it pinned to, I'm left-handed, so I'm presenting it like that. He held it pinned to his shoulder and very how you would hold an AR-15 platform, just tucked in the shoulder and cheek on the shoulder pad, arm on the guardrail.
And that's how he's holding it when he shoots that person in the middle of the roadway.
Correct.
What did the person do after the shots were fired at the person?
I don't quite remember. I didn't spend much time looking at the individual themselves to see how they reacted. It happened so quick that my next thing I witnessed was the second individual get shot.
And can you tell the jury about that, please?
Yes. The second individual going up the ramp inside the store, the gunman was approaching after the second individual had fallen to the ground. And the second individual is attempting to go through the sliding doors to inside the store. And as I hear the next set of shots go off towards that second individual, that is when I go inside the store myself.
And what doors were you going in, Mr. Smith?
I was going back into the west side of the store.
Can you tell the jury, please, what happens as you go back in the west side of the store?
Yes. So essentially, when I go back into the store, I'm almost adjacent with the gunman. I get back to the kiosk and I lock eyes with my coworker, Helen, who is standing there motionless. A few shots are fired when the gunman enters the store. And I immediately, I don't know if you want me to go into any more detail after that.
Well, let me ask you this. What was the reason you went back in the store at that point?
Honestly, the reason I went back into the store was for Helen, for my other coworkers. I wanted to usher who I could usher out, and my mindset and how I was going to react and everything pretty much adjusted when I came back in and I saw Helen standing there, motionless.
And you said you saw the shooter coming in. You said adjacent to you. What do you mean by that? Where was the shooter?
So if I may use this again.
Yes, and I'm going to ask for the court's permission to turn the screen back on if you can.
So where I was, I exited there for the shaky hand. I exited there, looked to the west, then I turned my head, saw the gunman about here. The second individual was, or the first individual was about here. Second was here on the ramp. And then after seeing that, I turn and go back inside. And then the gunman had made its way up into the store. And essentially when I looked over, we were adjacent along this this straightaway inside the store. And then I had turned my head back to the kiosk where I met with Helen again.
You take down the screen. I'm going to ask you a couple clarifying questions and then put up another map of the store, okay?
Understood.
And just for the court reporter, I'm going to note some of the things you pointed to on the screen. You
Okay.
mentioned you went out the west doors, which are on the left-hand side of that picture. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then you saw the first individual get gunned down and you were pointing towards, looked like a sidewalk area at the end of the middle roadway into Kings Soopers.
Correct.
And then the second individual up on the ramp outside the east stores, which are on the right side of that exhibit.
That is correct.
And then just backing up one step, you had mentioned that the sound of shots or fireworks first went off. You were trying to see if it was something that happened all the time or something else. Can you tell us more about that?
Could you repeat that?
Sure. Sorry.
You're
So
fine.
when you first heard the shots outside the store and you went outside, you had mentioned that you were trying to understand if it's something that happened all the time, like high school kids or fireworks. And I just wanted to make sure you had an opportunity to explain that.
Yeah. So when, if I may run it back, when I hear the shots going off, I believe 4 or 5 shots had already been fired outside before the customer approached me, stating that there was an active shooter. When the customer approached me, that is when my original belief in it being some high school hooligans ended. And then I knew that it was a real active, no school shooting scenario. It was real life.
When you and the shooter had come into the front of the store, what's the very next thing you saw, Mr. Smith?
The very next thing, I look over and I'm essentially looking at customer service at this time, as mentioned, adjacent with the gunman. And at first, when the shots began inside, I originally thought that there were 2 guns being fired. I saw a reflection of a muzzle flare on a metallic sign. And then, yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you a couple questions just to break that down for the jury, okay?
Sure.
Fair to say, while this is happening, as you put it earlier, your heart rate's starting to spike?
Yes, the adrenaline, heart rate, everything is starting to rise.
And you see a muzzle flash reflected, and at that point, you thought maybe there were 2 shooters.
That is correct.
Have you since learned that there was, in fact, just one shooter?
Yes.
And the muzzle flash that you referred to, where was that you saw the muzzle flash inside the store?
So it was, the best way to describe it is when you're looking down, I have the screen up, you guys don't, but.
You know what? It's okay. Can I stop you for a second?
Yes.
Why don't we, if the court gives us the screen back, we're going to put exhibit number 2 on the screen.
Okay.
And if you like, Mr. Smith, if the court grants you permission, you could step off the witness stand and use the pointer and just walk us through what you're going to describe next, okay?
Sure.
It's fine if you do that. Just make sure you speak extra loudly since your back will in all likelihood be to particularly the court reporter or perhaps the jurors.
Okay.
Thank you.
At least she's not threatening to shut off the air conditioning like another judge that we know in Massachusetts.
So, okay, let me get my bearings straight. So this is the Starbucks kiosk on this exhibit. I was looking this way along the corridor, and customer service is right here. At the time, there was a metallic sign displaying, I don't even remember what, but some kind of sale or something. The gunman had entered and was going along here, and there was a gunshot that was fired around in the middle of customer service. The reflection had shined off of that sign in the direction the sign was facing me. It appeared as if it was the muzzle flash of another firearm.
So I'm just going to ask you a couple questions so I make sure the court reporter has down the different things you were pointing to, okay?
Correct.
So when you said Starbucks, you're indicating that black rectangle just inside the west doors of Kings Soopers.
Yes,
And then you say you're looking down that front corridor.
that is correct.
And is that the space between the registers and the front wall of Kings Soopers?
That is correct. It's essentially just a straight open hallway ordeal.
So it's where someone pays for their groceries, they bag their groceries, and then they're heading out. That's the space they use.
Correct.
And the gunman's coming in, as you pointed to it, the east doors on the right-hand side of the screen.
That is correct.
And customer service, is there actually the words customer service on this exhibit?
Yes. Right there.
Great. Thank you. And that's on the right-hand side below that black box.
Correct.
And you see the reflection as you described it in the metallic sign, and that's a smaller black box just to the left of customer service on exhibit 2.
That is correct.
Thank you. What's the next thing that happens, Mr. Smith?
The next thing that happens, I'm trying to recollect the details in the best of my memory. It all happened so quick, but customers are continuing to rush out of the store on my west side. And when I'm in the store, I am back in the kiosk, and I'm with Helen at the time. And I grab the phone and dial 911, and an operator picks up, and I am able to deliver the address, and that is all I'm able to deliver before the gunman had fired in my direction, which resulted in Rikki Olds collapsing to the ground.
When you first went to call 911, how would you describe your emotional state at that point?
More stable than I am now. I wasn't shaking or panicking. It was the adrenaline stabilized me. I believe I was concise and clear, and there's no elevation in my voice, no anxiety, no nothing.
Okay. And you called 911 to tell them what was happening?
That is correct.
And you were able to convey to the 911 operator, you mentioned the address.
That is correct.
What happened then that caused you to drop the phone?
So the gunman had turned to my direction along that corridor, and the shots began firing in that direction. And I can't indicate which shot in particular forced my left hand to jerk the phone out of my arm, but there was a sequence of shots, and all I remember is the phone in my left hand getting jerked out, me dropping it, and just essentially that as I witness Rikki getting shot.
And have you had a chance to listen to that 911 call recording?
I have.
Did that recording also capture the sound of the shots that you're describing?
That is correct.
Your Honor, may I approach with what's been previously marked and shown to counsel as people's 10 for identification?
You may.
Trigger warning if you're just listening and not watching the screen. It is up. This will be the audio of his 911 call.
Do you recognize that, Mr. Smith?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
It is a CD copy of the 911 call.
And how do you know it to be the copy that you listened to?
I conclude that it is the copy based off of the initials as well as the date of the time that I listened to it.
And when you listened to it, did it appear to be a fair, accurate, and in fact exact recording of the 911 call you made on March 22nd, 2021?
100%.
Your Honor, at this time, the people moved to admit people's 10.
Compare and contrast this to the Karen Reed case that many of us watched together when, I can't remember his name, but he was a town of Canton employee, was on the stand and was handed by Adam Lally, the prosecutor, a CD of something that purported to be surveillance footage from outside. I think it was the library. And the witness looked at it and said, I have no idea what this is. I've never seen this before. See the difference in these witnesses, how they were prepped, how they watched the CD with the prosecutor, how the CD was then sealed and the witness initialed it and dated when they watched it together. So when he was presented with it in court, he would be able to say, this is what we looked at together. Therefore, I know that this is what I'm testifying about. He's authenticating it. He's laying a foundation for this. Something that we did not see in Norfolk County, Massachusetts.
Objection, Judge.
10's admitted.
And with the court's permission, Your Honor, I'd like to publish for the jury.
You may, before we do that, I did mention that we could take 2 breaks this afternoon. I'm needing if you want to just continue on until 5 o'clock and then we'll break. I'm not seeing anyone saying to the contrary, so we'll keep going. All right, thank you. You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
1-1, let's get this for emergency. Hey, I'm at the Tittle Mesa Kings Soopers at Broadway in Tittle Mesa.
It's hard to hear.
There? Are you there?
That's you making the 911 call.
That is.
And as these shots are being fired, the ones we can hear on this recording, Exhibit 10, what are you doing at that moment after you've dropped the phone?
Well, I am, after I dropped the phone, for a brief moment in time, which felt like forever, but was probably 2 or 3 seconds, I'm standing there as I watch Rikki fall to the ground. And in that moment, the gunman had moved out of sight. He had moved out of sight, and I began to work with Helen to assess and figure out what our next move is.
And did you and Helen then decide to hide?
We did.
Where did you hide?
There was it was like a dugout underneath the countertop. It was where we stored our trash cans, our large trash cans. And I decided that would be the best possibility. That decision was based off of the assessment that Helen was she was frozen in place, and I knew that I wasn't going to leave. I wasn't going to leave her. I wasn't going to escape the store. I decided to stay with her the whole time, and we buried ourselves behind the trash cans underneath the countertop.
Inside the Starbucks kiosk.
That is correct.
And after you get behind the trash cans in that little area, what are you hearing at that point, Mr. Smith?
I'm hearing a first grouping of shots and footsteps. It's eerily quiet besides the shots. Most of the people that did, most of the people in the store made it out the west side. Others were in other areas in the store. But for the most part, it was completely silent, and just there were department phone calls that rang through the intercom throughout the store at times.
What do you mean by that?
In particular, I remember it's about 3 minutes in is when the first intercom call starts, and it's essentially an automated message saying meet department phone call on line 1, meet department phone call on line 1. And that plays kind of like the white noise throughout the store for a while. And then there's produce phone call on line 1, all of that.
Wow.
Approximately how long did you and Helen hide for?
52 minutes.
How do you know it's 52 minutes?
I had an Apple Watch on, and for some unknown reason, I decided to look at my watch when the shooting began and when I was met by the face of a canine.
Okay. We'll come to the K9 in a moment, okay?
Yes.
During that 52 minutes, after the initial shots that you described and Rikki falling, did you hear other shots at all?
I did. I would, if I was to estimate, outside of Rikki's shots that were fired at her, I would estimate about 24 to 25 shots total were fired.
After Rikki went down.
That is correct.
What kind of gun did you believe the shooter to be using based on what you had seen and based on what you were hearing?
Judge, this has been asked and answered.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't believe I've asked Mr. Smith what kind of gun he thought was being used.
I don't recall as well.
It was about 25 minutes ago when they were describing outdoors. It was discussed in length.
He had more than one gun, didn't he?
Overruled.
Good. I like this judge.
Based off of my understanding of the shots and how I witnessed the gunman holding the weapon, that it was a AR-15 platform.
The time you spent, the 52 minutes you spent, you mentioned additional shots that you were hearing. How were they spaced out during that time period?
It was between 4 and 6 shots each grouping.
And how much time between the groupings would you say?
My best estimate would be from after Rikki's to the next to the last, it was about 20 minutes.
From shots at Rikki to final shots that you're hearing?
That is correct.
The K9, let's transition to the K9. Okay. Tell the jury what happened with the K9 that you encountered while you were hiding behind the garbage cans.
Yes. So near the end, the Starbucks kiosk is one of the last stalls or departments or areas within the store that is evacuated out of the store. And Helen and I are greeted by a team of SWAT officers who are joined by a canine. And that as the officers are approaching the kiosk, they notice behind trash cans are two individuals. My dyed hair at the time didn't help with that. So we are told to put our hands up, get on the ground, and they start moving the trash cans away from us. And I swear that the canine that was with them got so close to my face that I could smell what the dog had last ate. And
I could smell what the dog last ate.
That was a fun experience, to say the least. And then we are both grabbed and escorted out by individual officers and taken outside and bounced around the parking lot.
What doors did they take you out, Mr. Smith?
That was the west side.
Mr. Smith, do you see the shooter in this courtroom?
I do.
Can you please point to that individual identifying an article of clothing he is wearing for the record?
A gray t-shirt.
Gray t-shirt?
From my angle, it looks like that.
Okay. I only hesitate because I don't see any. You're looking over in this direction and I don't see anybody here wearing a t-shirt. That's why I hesitate.
Well, a gray colored shirt.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry for that.
Of course.
Your Honor, for the record, subject to cross-examination indicating the defendant.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions. Mr. Smith, thank you very much.
Understood. You're welcome.
Mr. Dunn,
No questions for this witness, Judge.
thank you. May he be released.
Yes, Your Honor. No objection. Sorry. I was going to ask that he be excused from this.
Okay. Thank you. You may be excused.
Defense
May
is-
released from the subpoena.
Thank you.
That was chilling testimony. God bless Logan Smith going into the police academy in New Mexico. He was only 20 years old on the date of this horror. He's now 23. The defense has not
Next witness.
cross-examined
Your
any
Honor,
witness.
people call Patrick Cruz to the stand.
Patrick Cruz is the final witness of day one. After that, we're going to take a very quick break, and then we're going to start on day two testimony before we break at 2:00 to move on to the Carly Gregg hearing out of Mississippi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cruz. If you could follow Mr. Dougherty around there, please. Can you clear out those cups, please? Thank you. Or cup, thank you. Yes, sir. Mr. Cruz, go ahead and have a seat. You'll get close to that microphone so it can pick up what you're saying. You'll please face me, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you, sir. And there's some water there if you'd like to help yourself.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
Can you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the court reporter?
Patrick Cruz, Kruse.
Mr. Cruz, I'm going to take you through a few questions about your background and then start to talk to you about what happened on March 22nd, 2021. How old are you, sir?
82.
Where did you grow up, Mr. Cruz?
I didn't hear you.
Where did you grow up?
In Iowa,
And how long you've been in Boulder for?
since 1968.
What first brought you to Boulder?
I had a job here with the university.
What was your job back then?
An accountant in the contract and grants section.
How
No
long
G.
did you end up working for the university for?
I worked on and off from 1968 till 1997.
Did you retire at some point?
Yes.
How old? Sorry.
How old was I?
Yes, sir.
55.
How long you've been living where are you living in Boulder?
In Shanahan Ridge,
And how long you've been living in Shanahan Ridge for?
since on and off since 2000.
Are you familiar with the Kings Soopers at Table Mesa in South Boulder?
Yes.
How often have you gone to that Kings Soopers?
Oh, I probably go there a couple of times a week anyway.
This may sound like an obvious question, but what do you go there for?
Groceries.
And usually go by yourself?
Yes.
Did you go there on March 22nd, 2021?
Yes.
Do you recall the day that there was an incident at the Kings Soopers at Table Mesa?
Yes, I do.
And had you gone there on that day?
Have I what?
You went there on that day.
Yes.
What brought you to that Kings Soopers on that day?
I was just picking up some groceries, a few groceries.
Do you recall what you were wearing that day?
I was wearing a parka.
Were you wearing a hat at all?
Yeah.
What kind of hat were you wearing, Mr. Cruz?
It was a cap.
How'd you get to Kings Soopers?
I drove and parked in the parking lot.
What kind of car were you driving at the time?
2015 Subaru.
Was it a Subaru Forester?
Yes.
And was it silver?
Silver.
A lot of Subarus in Boulder. They're good in the mountains.
And where'd you park in relation to Kings Soopers?
I parked on, I guess it's the west side toward,
Thanks, Ray Dean, for giving us all the intel on the neighborhoods.
can't think of the street there.
That's okay. Were you on and I know this is from a while back. You were on the west side of the store though, in that parking lot.
Right.
When you went inside the store, what did you do, Mr. Cruz?
What did I do?
Yes, sir.
I just picked up some groceries.
How long would you say you were in the store before you went to check out?
Oh, probably 10 minutes or less.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what's been marked as People's 11 for identification. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Do you see yourself in that photograph?
Yeah, on the upper right.
And does that photograph depict you at the checkout stand at Kings Soopers on that date?
Yes.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate picture of you being at that checkout stand?
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit People's 11 now, Your Honor.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Your Honor, may we publish?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cruz, just so you know, the photograph that you're looking at there is also on the screen behind you now.
Okay.
Yes, that screen to the right, but also there's one on the wall behind you. So the jury can see it. Can you just tell the jury where you are in the photo and what's happening at this point in time?
I'm just checking out.
And are you wearing that baseball cap in the right-hand corner?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're the person in the tan jacket?
Right, right.
Okay. And you're checking out at this point?
Correct.
What happened as you were checking out?
I think the gal that was checking me out, she says she was asking me or she was asking the other gal if there was, heard some gunfire. And when I heard it, I just thought some shelf was going over at first initially. And then just as soon as I processed that, I knew it was gunshot, and I turned around and I seen somebody coming down behind the checkout counters on the opposite side toward my direction. And I just saw the blast of the gunfire and the noise from the gun. And as soon as I did that, I dropped to the floor.
When you first heard it and you mentioned you recognized it to be gunfire,
Right.
how did you recognize it to be gunfire, Mr. Cruz?
I guess just the flash of the gun and I don't know, I've heard guns before, so.
And when have you heard guns before in your life?
Oh, hunting and in the military.
And you served in the military?
Yeah.
So when you realized it was someone with a gun in the store who was firing, you mentioned you did something.
As soon as they fired, I hit the ground. I laid on the floor.
Okay. What direction was the shooter firing when you saw the shots being fired?
He was firing toward the west end of the store behind the checkout counters, and he was coming toward my direction.
And while he's coming towards your direction, he's firing at the same time?
Yeah.
Was he firing in your direction, Mr. Cruz?
I don't think so.
Okay. Where was he firing when you first saw him at that point?
I think he was just firing behind the checkout counters.
Okay. And you're sorry, go ahead.
When I lifted my head up after the noise kind of calmed down, I seen a lady that was laying on her back with black slacks on, and I could just see the lower part of her body as there was a shelf or something there blocking it.
And you're at checkout stand looking at that photo in front of you. You're at checkout stand 9 while this is happening.
Good.
Approximately how many shots did you hear?
I couldn't tell you that.
Do you recall talking to the police about what happened?
After they escorted us out of the grocery store, they took us down to the bus station, and we told our story down there.
And do you recall telling the police that in that first barrage of gunfire, there were 2 to 3 shots fired in your direction?
Yeah, at least.
Okay. What was the reason you dropped to the ground, Mr. Cruz?
Well, my legs aren't that good, and I knew the rate that he was coming down toward my direction that I wouldn't have been able to get out of the checkout counter and out the door before he was right in my back. So I just dropped to the ground.
And you say the rate he was traveling, what do you mean? What'd you see?
Just the speed that he was coming toward my direction behind the checkout counters.
Your Honor, may I approach with what's been marked as People's 12 for identification?
Yes, sir.
Oh, this poor man. Reliving this on the stand.
Photograph that's labeled. Mr. Cruz, do you recognize yourself in that photograph that's labeled People's 12?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it to be you?
Mainly by my cap and my parka there.
And does that photo fairly and accurately depict how it looked after you went down to the ground?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, people would move People's 12 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Thank you. It's admitted.
Thank you. I'm going to publish it for the jury, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Cruz, this photograph is now up on the screen behind you. How are you positioned in that photograph?
I was laying on the ground, kind of like this,
What was your goal in laying on the ground like that?
I just thought if he came down there, he was firing his weapon that, he might have thought I was already down and he wouldn't shoot.
Already down from being shot, you mean?
Yeah,
He was playing
And that's
dead.
because he was shooting in your direction.
right.
Thank you,
You
Deborah.
started to say that you saw things around you when you were on the floor. So I'm going to turn to that now, okay?
Yeah,
You mentioned seeing a woman, I think you said with black slacks.
yeah.
Can you tell the jury about that, please? What'd you see?
I just saw her laying on the floor on her back. And she had black slacks on, and I couldn't see the upper part of her body because there was a shelf or something in the way.
What did you think when you first saw the woman on the ground?
Well, I assumed that she had been shot because she was on her back. And
Did you hear any additional gunshots after you went down to the ground?
no, I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, later,
So let's,
not right then.
right. So let's talk about that.
Yeah.
A few minutes later, did you hear additional shots?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Can you tell the jury what you heard, please?
I just heard some shots. I don't remember how many or anything.
Is it more than one?
I really don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall, and I know I asked you this already, but do you recall talking to the police after this all happened?
Yeah, down to the police station.
And do you recall meeting with District Attorney Investigator Cantu and myself?
Yes.
And you recall saying you heard more shots being fired?
Yeah, after so things kind of slowed down a little bit at first, and then later there was more shots.
And so maybe more than one?
I think so, but I'm not positive.
Okay. At some point, did you hear police sirens and announcements?
Did what?
I'm sorry, sir. At some point, did you hear police sirens and announcements?
I don't know. I heard noise up the front of the store when I was laying there, and I thought that was the shooter, but I think it was the police outside.
And when you met with the police later, did they ask you to put together a diagram of everything you saw?
Yes.
And did you do that with the police?
Yeah.
And by a diagram, I mean you made notations on a diagram of Kings Soopers?
Yeah, what?
Sorry, sir. You made notations on a diagram of Kings Soopers.
Made what?
I'm sorry. No, it's my fault. It's you made like handwritten marks. Like you wrote things in handwriting on a diagram of Kings Soopers.
I'm not certain.
Okay.
This is the same prosecutor who interrupted his own opening statement 3 or 4 times to say God bless you to people who sneezed in the courtroom, is now saying, oh no, it's my fault. No, don't worry, it's my fault. I really like him a lot. His name is Michael Darty. And he is I don't know if he works for the DA's office in Boulder County. I don't know what his title is exactly. ADA. Not sure.
Yes. I'm going to, with the court's permission, approach and ask you to take a look at something and we'll just work through it together, okay?
Yeah.
Your Honor, this has been marked People's 13 for identification.
He's so
Right, thank you.
kind. Like the complete opposite of Adam Lally and those horrific evil stepsisters in the Ashley Benefield trial. This is what a prosecutor should look like, my friends. This is why Boulder is one of the most amazing places in the world. I'm going to say it.
Do you recognize that?
Yeah, looks like I signed it down here in the lower right.
And does that look like your signature in the lower right?
Yeah.
And does it have a date on it?
I don't have my glasses, so I can't tell for sure what the date is.
If I said it that if I said it says March 29th, 2021, does that sound correct?
I don't know.
All right. Did you make notations on this diagram?
Hold on. I'm going to break the stream right now because I had to look this up. Michael Daugherty is the district attorney. He is the Michael Morrissey of Boulder County. Put this guy up against Michael Morrissey any day of the week. He is the district attorney in Boulder County. He was elected in November 2018, and he is still the district attorney today. And my friends, this is what a district attorney should look like, sound like, act like, and how a district attorney should behave. He also teaches the University of Colorado Law School. And, well, this is interesting too. I just need to take a break from this. It's hard. It says here in his bio for the adjunct faculty of Colorado Law that he went to Nassau Community College, which is on Long Island. So is he a fellow Long Islander? Very interesting. He went to Nassau Community College, and then he went on to graduate from Cornell, and he went to Boston University for the school, for law school. And then after law school, he served for 12 years as a prosecutor at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. He started in the trial division and quickly rose to supervisory positions, including the deputy chief of the sex crimes unit in Manhattan. Well, that's really interesting. And then in 2009, he was recruited to head up the Colorado DNA Justice Review Project, which helped lead to the exoneration of an innocent man wrongly convicted of murder. And just months after arriving in Boulder, he was promoted to serve as the head of the criminal justice section for the Attorney General, John Suthers. And then he became the DA in 2018. So he's a fellow New Yorker. I knew I liked him. All right, moving on.
Diagram for the police. Did you make marks on this note, on this paper?
I don't recall for sure.
Do you recall seeing that before you testified today?
I'm not positive. I'm not positive.
Okay. Well, forgive me, Mr. Cruz. When you met with the police, did you tell them how things were positioned inside the store?
I'm pretty sure I did.
And when you met with Investigator Cantu and myself, do you recall going over where things were positioned in the store?
Yeah.
And do you recall looking at a diagram of Kings Soopers and different things that you had, Okay. Do you think if I blew it up for you to look at, you might be able to see it more clearly?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or I could even, I've never done this before, it'll be a first, but I could even give you my glasses if you want to take a look.
Okay.
May I approach on it?
He's even going to lend him his glasses. I put his picture up for a second.
Give this a try.
Many DAs do try cases. Michael Morrissey, I don't think, has ever tried a case in Norfolk County while DA. This is a huge case for
Does
Boulder.
that help at all?
Not surprised
Yeah, a
that he
little
took
bit.
it on himself.
Okay. Does that look like your handwriting, Mr. Cruz?
Yeah, that's my signature.
Okay. And does it say March 29th, 2021 next to it?
Right. Right.
Your Honor, I'm now going to move to admit this exhibit into evidence, please.
Yeah.
Judge, no voir dire, no objection.
All right, thank you.
He is now
Thank
DA
you very
daddy.
much.
I'll allow it, Ducati
It's
girl.
admitted.
And we're going to publish it with the court's permission for the jury.
Yes, sir.
Not everybody has a New
On
York
this
accent,
diagram,
Michael.
Mr. Cruz, and maybe I can walk you through it if that's okay.
Okay.
Do you recall noting on the diagram with a Patrick where you were laying in the store?
Yeah.
And you recall above that writing lady on back?
Yeah.
And to the left, writing where you saw the flash of the muzzle when the gun was pointed at you in your direction?
Right. Right.
Okay. And then you
When I say in my direction, it was behind checkout counters toward my direction, but not at me.
not right at you.
You know,
right?
not that I could tell anyway.
And then you noted blood on the floor.
When I was walking out and the police were escorting us out on I guess east side of the store, and on the opposite side where I laid down, there was blood on the floor.
And which doors did the police take you out, if you recall?
Out of the east door.
What'd you see as you exited through the east doors?
As I went out the east door, I saw the police officer that was shot.
Where was that police officer?
He was laying on the ground out, I don't know, probably 10 feet outside the door or something like that.
Mr. Cruz, how did you end up getting home from Kings Soopers that day?
Somebody from the police station gave me a ride home because they said that we couldn't take the car because they were going to leave the cars there for a while.
And how long was your car left there for approximately?
I don't know if I rented a car that same day or the next day, but I think it was the next day that they released it. It wasn't that long.
Okay. And do you recall telling the investigators that it took you a few days to get your car back from Kings Soopers?
It took a couple days.
Okay. Very good. Mr. Cruz, thank you very much. I really do appreciate your time very much today, okay? I don't have any further questions for you at this time, sir.
Mr. Dunn,
Judge, I have no questions for Mr. Cruz.
and may he be released from the subpoena as well.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Radine.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Radine, so much for your support, for being our Boulder local during the course of this trial. And Michael Daugherty is now our DA daddy. We have a new daddy in the house, my friends. Michael Daugherty, DA of Boulder. He's doing an amazing job trying this case. And we're kind of loving him. Apparently he's from New York, so even more love for him. This is a kind and lovely. Thank you, Nanny Goat, for the $20 super sticker. You're so sweet as well. This is new for us. We have never seen a prosecutor, I don't think, who is so kind and so generous and so soft-spoken and gets his point across with such grace. Deborah, thank you for the 10. Deborah says, thanks for the other 10. My brother was one of the victims in the Walmart shooting here in Virginia in 2022. All these stories sound so similar to what he told us. He was shot, but thank God survived and fully recovered physically. Prayers up for you and your family, and thank God that your brother is okay. I'm so sorry. This must be a very hard trial for you to watch, Deborah. Thanks for being here. Thank you, Mrs. Bucket, for your super sticker. And Radine, thank you again. And also for appreciating me. And Sarah in Schwach and Hora, in her true fashion, has gifted 10 memberships. So congratulations to everyone who has been gifted memberships. Thank you, Sarah in Schwach and Hora. You are a sweetheart, an absolute sweetheart. So here's the plan, my friends. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take like 10 minutes to everyone go refill your iced coffee or your vodka or your beer, whatever you're drinking at this point in your day, whatever time of day it is for you. And we will come back at around 1:02 Eastern. I'm going to put the break sign up for a moment because I need to just run and do a few things. And then we're going to watch some more testimony from day 2 before we break to move over to the Carly Gregg trial. That is going to be happening at, we're going to start that stream at 2:15. So take a quick break, everyone. I'm going to see you very, very shortly. And we're back. Thanks again to Sarah, Shock, and Hara for your gifting 10 memberships. I was just looking at the day 2 of testimony, and it seemed that there was a juror issue in the beginning of the day where one of the jurors, it came out that he or she had worked with Dr. Sheets before. If anybody has watched day 2 and they want to just fill us in on whether that juror was dismissed or not, I don't seem to see it in the updates that I'm looking at. But rather than sit through that, I'd prefer to just go straight into witness testimony. So if anybody knows what happened with that witness who worked with Dr. Sheets, you can certainly put it in the chat. But the witness is questioned on the juror is questioned on the stand for quite some time. It looks like over an hour, so that's going to help us catch up a bit. He was not dismissed? Oh, Lena, thank you. But why am I'm looking at the testimony. I mean, I'll show you the screen. So Lena, you can give me a little hand here since you seem to have watched this already. Why is the witness stand blacked out? Is there a witness that they're not showing, or is this still the juror testimony?
We stopped for all traffic signs, traffic lights, red lights.
No, it sounds like why is the witness camera broken, or is this a law enforcement or something? Hold on.
Car that you later learned was used on March 22nd.
Wait, Yuri, you're gifting 20 memberships? Thank you, Yuri's math teacher. That is so kind of you. That is so nice. Thank you, Yuri's math teacher, and to all the 20 of you that were gifted. Nancy, Lisa, Martha, Gina, Dr. Kita, Donna, Golden Goddess. Look at all of you guys getting gifted memberships. Make sure you thank Yuri's math teacher. That is amazing. Sidebar. Very, very sweet of you. All right, I'm trying to figure out why the witness's WebEx camera is not working.
Largely traffic enforcement and
sounds like a police officer or some kind of law enforcement on the stand.
Nothing but the truth. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Please be seated.
You're the best, Yuri. Both of you guys.
Yes, you.
2 of my amazing viewers from the Karen Reed trial who have changed their names to match things that happened in the Karen Reed trial, such as Yuri's poor math counting 9 drinks when we couldn't count 9 drinks and there were only 2 on the receipt. And also the shock and horror that was endured by poor Jennifer McCabe. Shock and horror. Thanks, you guys. You guys are awesome. So I'm not sure why they're not showing this witness's face, but I guess undercover. Maybe he's undercover. There's the defendant. So now we can see the defendant.
Morning, sir.
good morning, sir.
And this is, let me enlarge this for you. Because both of these views are the same. This is the judge's camera on the right, and this is the courtroom view here. Here is your defendant sitting right here. He's got a beard. Looks like he's wearing a light blue button down, but now we can watch him because we can't watch the witness right now. This is day 2. We're starting here, and here we go.
Sir, can you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the court reporter?
Yes, sir. My name is Jason Heberard, and the last name spelling is Hebrard.
How are you currently employed, sir?
I am an agent in charge with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation.
Colorado Bureau CBI.
Jury familiar with you and to get you settled in up there. Can you tell us a little bit about your career background and career path?
Yes, sir. I've been a police officer for about 20 years. I've been with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation for 8 years as of August 15th, and spent most of my career as a patrolman and about 12 years. And then since I've been at the CBI, I've been primarily involved with fraud investigations, cybercrime investigations, and most recently promoted to a supervisory position.
You're the first member of law enforcement that the jury is hearing from in this trial, and there are many more to come, but I'm going to ask you a few questions about the training and experience you had working as a patrol officer, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Can you just walk the jury through how that works in terms of going to the academy, training, and becoming a patrol officer, please?
Absolutely. So I sought out law enforcement training myself on my own dime, as it were, by attending the police academy, self-sponsored. That was 20 years ago in the state of Texas. I completed a basic law enforcement academy, which allowed me to have licensure in the state of Texas as a police officer. I was in a school situation full-time where we learned all of the basics for law enforcement, including constitutional law and state law, as well as law enforcement operations, use of force, things of that nature. And I graduated in November of 2004 and was almost immediately hired as a police officer with the University of North Texas. I was a police officer there for approximately 2 years. In that time, I received training in patrol tactics, traffic enforcement, and general law enforcement duties, responding to calls for service, 911 calls, non-emergency calls, things of that nature. In 2006, I relocated back to Colorado, and I was a police officer with 2 different law enforcement agencies here in the metro area for approximately 10 years. In that time, I continued my in-service training. I also sought out secondary training to become an instructor in firearms. So I became a firearms instructor, what's known as a field training officer. So I would provide training to new law enforcement personnel. I also became a firearms armorer, so sort of an expert in manipulating and maintenance of police firearms, both
Armorer, as was supposed to be, as was Hannah Gutierrez, the armorer on the set of Rust. They're also armorers are also hired on Hollywood productions. So just thought I'd point that out. And if I go off camera, I know that if you're just tuning in here, sometimes I swipe myself out. If I swipe myself out, everything goes off, including the feed. So if I just take myself off camera for a second, you guys, I didn't swipe out. It just means that I'm like grabbing a bite of my lunch, and I hate to eat on camera because I just think it's rude and you don't need to see it. So no, don't worry about me if I take myself off. If I do swipe out, the whole thing swipes out, but I always come back. Swiper, keep swiping.
handguns and rifles, and continued with my patrol career until 2016 when I joined the CBI. At that point, I pivoted into a investigative law enforcement capacity. I was hired primarily as a fraud and cybercrime investigator. And so my training pivoted somewhat toward the fraud and cybercrime realm. I became a digital forensics examiner. And so I've attended a lot of training for evaluating digital equipment, computers, tablets, phones, things of that nature, to conduct forensic examinations on those devices. That includes surveillance equipment, cameras, things of that nature, recording devices. I did that for a number of years, about 5 or 6 years, I think, total. I have certifications as a certified cybercrime investigator, certified cybercrime examiner, and I'm a digital forensics examiner through the Cellbrite company, which offers equipment that law enforcement uses to conduct those examinations.
Celebrate.
I'm also a certified fraud examiner through the ACFE, and I hold several other specific certifications for training in law enforcement. I'm certified in de-escalation, which is a tactic to eliminate or reduce the need for lethal force during police encounters. I'm also a law enforcement driving instructor, law enforcement defensive tactics instructor, and law enforcement taser instructor, among others. I was a full-time training coordinator for the CBI for approximately 18 months.
Taser
And in that
daddy.
time, I was responsible for training all new CBI agents that come in as lateral law enforcement officers from their previous employing agency to the CBI, and then also providing in-service and ongoing training for law enforcement within the CBI.
Thank you very much for taking us through all that.
Yes, sir.
Couple of follow-up questions just to clarify for the jury. You mentioned calls for service when you're talking about your experience working on patrol.
Yes, sir.
And since you're the first member of law enforcement to testify, can you just tell the jury what you mean by calls for service, please?
Absolutely. Anytime you call the police, we would refer to that as a call for service. So it could be anything. And I've been a police officer in a small town and also in a larger town of 100,000 people. So it really runs the gamut. Anything you guys can think of where you would call law enforcement for assistance, that's a calls for service, whether it's an emergency, whether it's a non-emergency issue, that's just a neighborhood dispute, problems with animals, you name it. I think I've done almost everything over the 13 years or so that I did, 12, 13 years I did patrol work. But it just includes anything under the sun.
And did that also include traffic enforcement during your time on patrol?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I do have training in law enforcement and DUI stops. I was certified as a LiDAR and radar user and operator, which is speed detection, and trained in monitoring traffic for traffic violations.
And I'm going to transition to talk about your work with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. You refer to it as CBI.
Yes, sir.
What is the Colorado Bureau of Investigation?
The CBI is a by request agency. It was created in legislative action in 1967, so it's been around for a while. The CBI's mission is to assist local law enforcement agencies with requests for investigative assistance or forensic science assistance. In short, the CBI is a helping hand for law enforcement agencies that may not have enough personnel or enough experience in a certain situation where they need to call for additional reinforcements, mostly in an investigative capacity. The CBI is somewhat diverse now in that it has other special units. So they have a gun enforcement unit that looks for gun crimes. There's a special investigations illicit marijuana unit. The unit that I previously supervised and that I was in during this incident was the high-tech crimes unit, which is identity theft, fraud, and cybercrime investigations. We also have human trafficking and fugitive operations, which is what I am in charge of now. And then what most people know when they hear the CBI in the news is major crimes, which is the arm of CBI that's mostly called by law enforcement agencies when there's a major issue where they need additional investigators or they need crime scene support or forensic services to come to a location.
And you mentioned it's a by request agency.
Yes, sir. We do not have at CBI much in the way of original jurisdiction, meaning we're not like a traditional police agency in the state realm. Some states have state police where they have jurisdiction all across the state of Colorado. The CBI is unique in that we don't operate as a state police. We operate in concert with the Colorado State Patrol. We are a sister agency to the Colorado State Patrol. Colorado State Patrol handles largely traffic enforcement and traffic safety for the state of Colorado under the Department of Public Safety. And then we are their sister agency that handles much of the investigative requests that come in.
And you have statewide jurisdiction upon request.
We do. We are all what's known as a post-certified peace officer. So Police Officer Standards and Training, which is the governing board for the state of Colorado. We are all certified as law enforcement officers, and everybody at the CBI was previously a law enforcement officer prior to their employment with the CBI.
And when you say everyone at CBI has previous law enforcement experience, you mean everyone in your division?
Correct. Anybody that's within the investigation section that carries the title of agent.
And you mentioned major cases. The CBI is often called by local jurisdictions to assist on major cases. What does that consist of generally?
In short, most law enforcement agencies are very adept at handling anything that happens in their jurisdiction because they live and work in their communities and they understand, what happens, what transpires. There's certain things that occur that are of larger scale, and sometimes they don't have the resources or the personnel to adequately staff it, or they've determined that maybe the personnel that they have available at that time aren't sufficient to respond just because of the importance or because of the scale of the response or any kind of technical issues that might arise within the investigation, so that at that point they would reach out to the CBI for additional assistance.
Yes, pointing out
So,
Jean-Benet
for
Ramsey
example-
was also murdered in Boulder all the way back in 1996. Her body was found the day after Christmas. That also happened in Boulder. That's what anybody who's ever heard of Boulder who didn't or who didn't know about Boulder may know about Boulder is the Jean-Benet Ramsey case, which is still unsolved to this day. Her parents went through hell. They were all accused, and Patsy Ramsey has passed away of cancer. Sad, very sad story. But did the Boulder police never call in the CBI? Just refresh my recollection, and or not soon enough, perhaps. Yeah, that was badly bungled by Boulder PD, in my opinion.
You could be called to work on a child homicide down in La Plata County where they don't have the resources to handle that kind of case.
Correct. Even though I'm primarily supervising human trafficking investigations and fugitive operations, I was called out to Cheyenne County 2 weeks ago to assist with the death investigation, just because they called us and they needed assistance. And even though it's not what I specialize in full time, any CBI agent is trained so that we can go and help out essentially with anything that we're called upon.
Have you been called out to assist on mass murder cases
Unfortunately, several.
in the state of Colorado?
Yes, sir.
And did one of those mass murder cases include the mass murder of Kings Soopers on March 22nd, 2021?
Yes, it did.
And what did some of your work consist of in regards to the mass murder of Kings Soopers?
In this instance, my response was not emergent. In the prior cases that I had assisted with, I responded in emergent capacity, meaning I showed up lights and sirens and was there to address the initial threat. With the CBI, my response was investigative in approach. And so my actual response to the scene was not until the following day. We had CBI personnel that did respond initially the day of. I just wasn't one of the initial responders. I came the next day, and my focus was on providing investigative support to the Boulder Police Department and to the district attorney's office, just to begin collect information processes. CBI's mission is that of a fact finder. So when we arrived on scene, we were asked, just have a seat. We're going to explain what we have so far. And our responsibility at that point is to see where we can fit in, see where we can assist. And my responsibility initially was the collection of digital evidence as it relates to video footage.
And before we turn to that, just a couple things I want to break down from that last answer, if I may.
Sure.
You mentioned when you responded to others, you responded emergent. You mean other mass murders?
Yes,
And emergent is a police term.
it is.
What does emergent mean?
Emergent means we're disregarding traffic statutes and we're operating in our vehicles in an emergency capacity. It means that we're operating with due regard, so for the safety of the public, but we're allowed to exceed the speed limit. We're allowed to go against traffic control devices, stop signs, red lights, and we operate with audible sirens and air horns and police lights on our vehicles.
And in this mass murder investigation, it was more of a investigatory capacity that you had.
For me, yes, there were other CBI personnel that were closer and that were called in emergent. I responded non-emergent.
And you said you responded the next day.
Yes, sir.
And generally speaking, what did your work consist of in this case? And we're going to start to get into more detail about that.
Initially, I was asked to conduct a neighborhood canvass, is what we call it. And a neighborhood canvass is when we go door to door looking for relevant evidence, whether it's an interview with a neighbor that lives in a house, looking at their house to determine if they might have surveillance cameras that might have caught footage of whatever the incident was that transpired. So my responsibility in this case was to go conduct a neighborhood canvass. And then subsequent to that, I also recreated the path from the defendant's residence to the Kings Soopers location on Table Mesa.
So we're going to talk about the canvas first. Was part of that canvas also looking to locate and obtain any video from neighbors along that route?
Yes, sir. That was my primary focus.
Have you had experience prior to that with video surveillance systems?
Yes, in my training and certification as a digital forensic examiner, a lot of my day-to-day work involves manipulating surveillance systems to get information from them, taking hard drives from older legacy systems that have hard drives, or operating systems that have cloud-based storage where the internet's used to store footage.
So I want to follow up on something you just said, actually. You mentioned cloud-based storage. If someone has a Ring camera or a Nest video system on the front of their house, what triggers the recording and something going up to the cloud for storage?
It all depends on how somebody sets up their camera. A lot of folks in here probably have doorbell cameras or Nest cameras affixed to their houses. When you initially set up the device, you have the option to set a variety of what they call triggers, or just pre-designated activities that can occur that would turn the camera on. Some folks don't have the capacity for storage where they can just let the camera run and record constantly. And so just to give an example, I have Nest cameras on my residence. I have for 9 years, and I have mine very, very narrowly focused to only start recording if there's the sound of glass breaking, a dog barking, door knocking, the dropping off of a package or the collection of a package, or if somebody with a face is recognized when they come to my doorbell, like just a human being. Other than that, I don't want it to record because it wastes space.
I appreciate you sharing your own personal experience. So just to use that, if we could stay with that for a moment.
Yes, sir.
So right now outside your house, things could be happening that the system is not recording if they fall outside that criteria.
Correct.
And what would some of those things be?
Just a car driving by, or more for privacy of my neighbors than anything. I don't want it to just randomly record the street throughout the day. Also in consideration of space limitations. So mine has established those particulars in order to start recording. But if a car just drives by on the street, it will not necessarily record unless there's an associated sound that's happening at the same time, meaning like a dog starts barking, or if a car is driving by, but somebody happens to be dropping off a package, then it would record that car driving by. But if those other pre-indicators aren't met, then it won't record.
And that's something you're familiar with in your work in this area as well?
Intimately, yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to obtain a video from 16228 West 65th Place in Arvada, Colorado?
Yes, sir, I did.
And was that video in relation to March 16th of 2021?
It was.
And did that individual have a surveillance system along the lines of what we've been describing up to this point?
Yes, sir. The resident in that instance had a Nest or Google doorbell camera, commonly known as a Nest Hello system, and it functions just like any other external Nest camera. It offers cloud storage that's cloud-based. Strictly, there's no local storage on the device, and it was set up to record the front of the residence.
And what was the significance of the March 16th date in connection with the investigation?
The significance of March 16th is that the defendant in this case was observed on camera coming back to his residence, and he was observed in the back of his vehicle manipulating items that were inside the trunk of the car.
And what did you see him, as you said, manipulating in the trunk of the car?
I recognized a large white box that was in the trunk of the vehicle. I know through my training and experience at the police department and at CBI that box is commonly used to store a firearm that was recently purchased.
All right. So this was 6 days before the shooting. 6 days before the shooting, they got some Ring camera footage of the defendant outside his home playing with a white box used to store firearms in his trunk. And the reason that all of this testimony is important is because this defendant is claiming that he had undiagnosed severe form of schizophrenia, and he has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. The prosecution is attempting to show all of this premeditation as proof that he was not legally, under the definition of insanity, legally insane because of all of the premeditation. that's where this witness is going to. But this is also important because clearly it shows his planning as well. Planning and premeditation.
And the car that the individual was driving, that appeared to be the same car that you later learned was used on March 22nd at Kings Soopers?
Yes, it was a dark Mercedes sedan.
How did the box appear?
The box was inside the trunk upon the arrival of the vehicle, and I observed him just sort of rummage through the trunk for a moment, and he eventually pulled the box out of the trunk and then was able to walk inside the residence with it.
And did you know anything else about that box or the defendant or the individual's actions on March 16th, 2021?
I did, just through the course of the investigation and what I had learned in pre-briefings when the CBI was asked to respond to assist. I was given some indication that the defendant in this case had acquired a firearm at an area gun store, and that the description of the box that the firearm was acquired in was highly visually similar to what I was seeing in the back of the vehicle.
And from what you learned from the investigation, was that purchase on March 16th as well?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, can I approach with what's been marked as People's 14 for identification, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Kim Robinson, for pointing this out earlier. The defendant legally purchased the military-style firearm Ruger AR-556. March 16th, his family noticed he was cleaning the gun in their home, and he told them he
You
would
recognize
return
that,
it.
sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is labeled People's Exhibit 14. This is a surveillance disc marked with case 21CR 497. It also has my signature and my badge or radio number for the CBI and the date of 9/3 of 2024. This is a disc that I recently reviewed that has that surveillance in question.
And to be clear, had you seen that surveillance before 9/3 of 24?
Yes, I have. This is the surveillance that I collected on the date in question, March 24th.
From
Imagine that. Chain of custody, my friends. Chain of custody is alive and well in the Colorado Bureau of Investigations.
16228 West 65th Place in Arvada.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the 9/3/24 designation is you signing and dating it so you'd be prepared to testify at trial.
That's correct.
Okay. And does that disc contain the recording that you just described? And did it appear to be accurate when you viewed it on September 3rd, 2024?
It is accurate. It does contain that recording.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move People's 14 into evidence, please.
No objection.
And minutes.
Thank you. And permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Approximately how long is this video clip, sir?
It's just a few minutes long. It's not very long at all.
I'm going to hit play, and if you don't mind, if you don't mind remaining seated, then I'll ask you some follow-up questions after.
Yes, sir.
Well, we're not going to be able to see the video at all. And it probably doesn't even have any audio because it's surveillance video. So I'm just going to fast forward to when he starts asking questions again. Which is not yet.
No lead questions if you don't. Court's permission, the picture. Okay. Does that conclude the video clip?
It does.
And I'm going to leave with the court's permission, the picture up on the screen though, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to ask you a few follow-up questions if you don't mind.
Please go ahead.
How would you describe the suspect's driving in the video?
Completely routine, just pulled in at a neighborhood speed and entered the driveway cautiously considering the weather outside and the standing snow.
And did you actually see him pull around the snow that was in the street?
Yes, I did.
And is there another car in the driveway?
Yes, there's what looks to be a Jeep Cherokee or similar vehicle.
You've watched this video several times?
I have.
What do you see the suspect doing when he gets out of the car?
Yes. He was 21.
Acting normally, just gets out of the car, takes his keys with him, opens the trunk, just like any other day, gets stuff out of the back of his car and walks inside. If I was watching the video, I wouldn't think anything of it.
Responsive.
Sustained.
Anything unusual that you see in watching the video?
No, sir.
Object at this line of questioning. I think the video is the best evidence. The jury's had the opportunity to watch it.
Sustained. Speaks for itself.
It does.
The box that you see him carrying, is that the box you indicated consistent with the information you had, as well as your own experience to be carrying a firearm?
Yes, absolutely.
So that's March 16th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
Did you try to obtain video from that house for March 22nd, 2021?
I did.
And tell the jury about that, please.
The video systems, as I said, are set up for the preferences of the owner of the video system. So given the way the neighbors have the video established, the systems established, they don't necessarily record everything. And so the video from the perspective of one neighbor's house versus the video of the other neighbor's house, it may have recorded the same things, but it did not retain them within the cloud because it didn't meet the criteria that were established by the owners of the video system. So in this case, there was no relevant video at that exact time from one residence, but there was from the other because of the way they had it set up.
And we'll come to that other residence in just a moment, but staying with this one for a moment, and I'm just going to use the address and not the person's name, if that's okay.
Yes.
But 16228 West 65th Place is the house from which we're viewing this, right?
Yes, sir. If you were to look at an overhead map, it's it and the house to the side of it, which is 208, are both equally across the street, if you will. There's a substantial yard in between those two properties. That yard would actually be directly across the street from the defendant's residence. So either of those houses, they form sort of a trapezoid shape, if you will, where they're either offset by just a few degrees, but they both have a perspective of the front of the residence.
And did the owners of this house give you complete access to their entire video system?
Yes, they did.
So they basically said, go through everything we have and find whatever you need.
Correct.
But you weren't unable to see anything that triggered cloud storage from March 22nd relevant to this case.
Correct.
You found other things from March 22nd, but nothing relevant to this case.
Right.
You mentioned another house, 16208 West 65th Place, Nevada. Did you find video from that neighbor's video system relevant to what we're looking at here?
Yes, I did.
What'd you find?
In that video from 208 residents, there's video of the defendant in this case exiting from the inside of his house, and he's wearing a large backpack, and he enters his vehicle with that backpack.
And approximately what date and time can you see that on the video?
That is on the date of the shooting at, can't remember exactly the time, but it precipitated the shooting by about 20 minutes.
Okay. Does 1:53 p.m. sound accurate?
Yes, it does.
And you mentioned he was carrying a backpack. What did the backpack appear to be to you?
Based on my training and experience,
Calls for speculation.
Kind of does.
Your Honor?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. You described it as a backpack.
yes, sir.
Just what did it appear to be to you?
It appeared to be a weapons case.
It's a backpack. They're going to introduce the video, and again, the jury can look at that, but what this officer thinks it appeared to be, it's a backpack.
Well,
He has no
testy.
idea what's in the backpack because you can't see what's in the backpack.
It's getting a
So I
little
don't
testy.
understand this line in questioning. So under a 401, 403 analysis, I object.
Your Honor, there are different kinds of backpack. If you ask me what a camelback looks like as opposed to a backpack, as opposed to a kid's backpack, I could describe it, and I'm not an expert.
It's a unique kind. It's a different than a normal backpack.
I'm trying to ask that question.
Overruled.
Do you guys, if you live in Boulder, you know what a camelback is. Does anybody know what a camelback is?
Thank you. What did the backpack appear to you? How did it look
It appeared to be a weapons storage backpack.
based on what you see that made you reach that conclusion?
The backpack is commonly associated with tactical gear, It's the type of backpack that you would use if you were going to carry a rifle and you were needing to enclose it within a backpack. It has a longer area on the top of the backpack that allows for the barrel to be covered.
What did you see the individual do when he carried the pack out to his car?
He placed the backpack into the vehicle and then got inside the vehicle.
Did he appear to be confused at all?
No, sir.
Did you see him looking off and staring at innocuous objects?
No, sir. He was very direct.
Any darting glances around?
Objection,
No, sir.
Governor, you can't see this on video. Speculation.
This is all going to state of mind.
Video, it'll speak for itself.
And with the court's permission, I'd like to approach and show you what's been marked as People's 15 for identification.
Yes, sir.
Backpack,
Thank you, Your Honor.
backpack, swiper, keep swiping. Backpack, good one, Cammy. That's right, camelbacks carry water. It's got like a tube that comes out, right?
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the video that was collected from 16208 West 65th Place.
How do you know that to be the same video that you collected?
Because it has my signature on it and it's affixed with the date and a notation.
And you've had an opportunity to watch it?
Yes, I have.
And is that a fair and exact recording of what you obtained from 16208 West 65th Place?
It's an exact recording.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move People's 15 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Admitted.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I want to see the video too, Kim. Thanks, your mom. Camelbacks are a type of backpack that carry water. There's a bladder that holds the water and a large straw. It's a large flexible straw, I would say, right? Like almost like a tube that you can drink it from. It's good for when you're hiking, skiing, any of those outdoor activities in the altitude that you would need water for. You got to stay hydrated. Boulder's a mile high.
How
It's
long
even
is this?
higher
How long is this video?
This one's also pretty short, just a few minutes.
because Denver's the mile high
See the
city,
garage
right?
going up now?
Yes, sir.
Maybe he could narrate for us. Good. See the garage going up now. So from what I'm gathering here, it's going to appear that the defendant is calm, not looking around, confused, that he has all of his senses about him, that he knows what he's doing. Got to stay hydrated, whoever. Let's fast forward a little bit.
Approximately 1:53. Okay. Pulls out at approximately 1:53 p.m. on March 22nd.
Yes.
Where did he go from there?
He proceeded westbound through the neighborhood and he made his way westbound. The street changes names a variety of times, but 66th is generally the accepted term for that. It connects with Highway 93, Colorado 93, which runs north and south as an arterial roadway for the metro area on the west side.
Were you able to obtain additional video from up near Highway 93?
Yes, I was, from the water treatment plant.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to approach and show the witness what I've marked. It's one disc, but I've marked it as 16 and 17 because there are two clips on it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Their chain of custody is just, it's like making me weak.
Thank you.
Your mom says,
What is contained on people 16 and 17 for identification?
This is the disc that contains Arvada water treatment plant surveillance footage.
And what did you see on the Arvada water treatment plant surveillance system?
This is two exterior cameras for that property. That's owned by the city of Arvada. Those are what are commonly referred to as parapet cameras. So they're mounted on the exterior of the building, and they're typically pan tilt zoom cameras, which are allowed to move and focus. And in those cameras, there are two perspectives of the vehicle traveling westbound on that street, passing the water treatment plant and approaching Colorado 93.
From two different vantage points.
Correct.
And what do you see in looking at their surveillance video?
Just normal operation of a vehicle. There were two vehicles that travel through that same recording from both perspectives. The vehicle in question, the defendant's Mercedes, was traveling approximately the same speed and with the same driving characteristics as those two vehicles.
And that recording you have, that disc you have there, 16 and 17, is that a fair, in fact, exact recording of what you viewed from those two different camera angles at the Arvada water treatment plant?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, people move that disc, which contains 16 and 17 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Admitted.
Publish, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
So that weird girl Kim, is that going to be on Friday night as well? Ashley Benefield on 2020. We'll have to watch and then discuss. This is going to be something else without audio, so we're going to get to FF a little bit more.
And was the third vehicle.
Those vehicles. Which one of those vehicles was the suspect vehicle in question?
The suspect vehicle in question was the third vehicle that was westbound. So it was seen after the first two pickup trucks that traveled westbound.
Your Honor, if I may, I'm going to publish people 17.
Yes, sir.
Let's do it.
And this is from a different vantage point, but the same Arvada water treatment plant.
Correct. This is a westbound view of the same street. This is position 19 in Arvada's surveillance system, and it captures both eastbound and westbound traffic on that street. It also captures the intersection with Colorado 93.
And just to get the jury oriented to this, where is Highway 93 in this picture before I hit play?
This is Colorado 93 that runs north and south, just beyond the west side of the water tower.
So before I hit play, what should the jury be looking for in this particular exhibit?
This covers the employee lot for the water treatment plant. The roadway where you just observed the vehicles traveling is perpendicular to Colorado 93, and it's actually positioned between two chain link fences. This fence right here and this fence right here are both border fences for eastbound and westbound traffic. And so that's where we will see the vehicle. It will continue westbound until it reaches the intersection of Colorado 93, where it pauses for traffic observance, and then the driver continues northbound on Colorado 93. And it's hard to make out just due to the resolution of the camera, but it is visible. That's the first truck. That's the second pickup truck with a camper shell. And then following that is the defendant's vehicle, which is now visible.
It's driving a Mercedes sedan, a dark
You
Mercedes
can maintain
sedan.
visual of the vehicle as it maintains position in the far right lane.
As we watch the end of this, did it appear that that vehicle was obeying the traffic laws, staying with the flow of traffic?
Objection, Your Honor, same objection as always.
Sustain.
Same objection as always.
Do you see the vehicle turning up at 93?
I did. It just proceeded northbound and it just went beyond the frame.
And what is in that direction?
The city of Boulder and the Kings Soopers on Table Mesa.
As part of your continuing investigation to this case, were you also asked to conduct what's called a drive time test?
I was.
And can you tell the jury what that means, please?
In essence, what I was asked to do was to recreate the defendant's most logical course of operating a vehicle from his place where he left to the place where he was going. So his ultimate destination, as we know, being the Kings Soopers store on Table Mesa. With my partner, Agent Derek Graham, we used a stopwatch. We left the defendant's residence at 16229 at approximately 1:06 p.m. And we traveled from his residence using the most logical course of travel based on Google Maps to go from his residence to the Kings Soopers location. And it took us the same route, essentially westbound through the neighborhood to this arterial roadway that runs east and west through the city of Arvada, which then connected to Colorado 93 and took us northbound into the city of Boulder and ultimately to the Table Mesa location.
And how were you driving? In other words, were you obeying all the rules of the road?
Yes, we intentionally drove at or below the speed limit, just as we were to be driving in any other capacity that was non-emergent. We stopped for all traffic signs, traffic lights, red lights, any official traffic control device, and we maintained speed limit. And we stayed consistent with the flow of traffic, which at the time, nobody was speeding or driving recklessly that we saw, and we timed the drive.
How long did it take you to go from the suspect's residence at 16229 in Arvada to the Kings Soopers in South Boulder?
In this case, it was approximately 23 minutes.
23-minute drive.
Distance is that?
It's approximately 15.1 miles, given the course that we took.
So 23 minutes from door to door.
Yes, sir.
Did you drive around or park in the neighborhood behind Kings Soopers at all?
We had to, due to the limitations of traffic movement at the scene at the time.
What do you mean by that?
There's closed roadways, areas that were blocked off by Boulder County Sheriff's Department, Boulder Police Department vehicles.
Due to the ongoing investigation?
Correct.
And I'm not going to get into any detail about other things you did, but did you do other things connected to the investigation?
I did. I just provided investigative support throughout the preliminary month of the investigation. So for about 4 weeks, just remained on scene at the command post and provided assistance with whatever we could.
And those are things that are going to be covered by other witnesses during the course of the trial?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then I have no further questions for you. I really appreciate your time today.
For
Thank you.
4
Yes, sir.
months? Did he say 4 months?
I have no questions.
All right, maybe he be released from the subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
No objections.
All right, thank you, sir. You are free to go and you're released from your subpoena.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Wow.
Do you want to retrieve the exhibits and then call your next witness, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let me just take a quick look and see if I can figure out what this next witness is all about and whether we have enough time to cover one more before we jump on over to Carly Gregg and whether they ever are going to turn the camera back on the witness. Talk amongst yourselves for a minute. Do you think they just forgot to turn the camera back on
Swear or affirm under penalty of
after the
perjury
juror
and
was on?
testimony you give shall be
Because
the
they're
truth,
not
the whole
showing
truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
the next witness either.
Introduce yourself to the jury and tell the court reporter how to spell your last name, please.
I can. My name is Christopher Pyler. My
Living.
I'm a police detective with the City of Westminster Police Department.
Yeah, it's a detective and they're not going to show it. So what we're going to do is we're going to break for now. Radine says what it felt like as a resident was he wanted to burst the bubble of this idyllic community. He accomplished that, but we came together, Boulder strong. Yeah, there is a hashtag Boulder strong. I know this trial is a lot, you guys, but I think it's really important for us to watch this trial. So again, graphic testimony, take a break if you need to. Said it's going to take 4 weeks. I thought they said it was like 2 weeks. We'll see how long it takes. They said maybe the prosecution said that they have around maybe 60 witnesses. I'm not sure. It is going pretty quickly. Defense isn't asking any questions. They may have 60 witnesses or so. I don't know how many the defense has. Show of hands if you want to come back after Carly Gregg and watch some more testimony. Let me know that in the chat. DA did say 2 weeks. And they're not showing any law enforcement to keep their anonymity. That's very interesting. Because the next witness is from the City of Westminster Police Department. Yeah, the prosecution can rest right now, says Bob. We have a bunch to catch up on, so you guys let me know if you want to come back and I can do some more, I think, depending on how long this Carly Gregg hearing goes. Oh, thank you so much. To Nate. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. It must be Radine again who bought me a matcha latte. I appreciate you. Appreciate you as always. Oh, everyone's like, yay, me. Westminster is south of Boulder. All right. Oh, you guys all have your hands up. I love that. I love this for us. All right. JD Lyon is like, I don't live in Boulder, and I do know what a Camelback is. Camelback. It's a Camelback, right? You must do some sort of activity outside that you need one because it's great for the altitude and as such things like that. All right, cool. You guys are cool. All right, here's what's going to happen. When I end this stream, it is going to magically, I need an allergy pill. That's what it is. It's going to magically teleport you over to the Carly Gregg stream, which is scheduled to, we will start at 2:15. So I am going to wish you safe travels over there. Hit the like button on your way out. And then again on the way in, thank my moderators for all of their hard work because they are the best. They're the best. They keep the chat classy and they make this a safe place for you and for me. I love them with all of my heart. Scott, Team Brittany, Little Cupcake is here today. Did I see Cheryl? Did I see Cal at one point? Thank you guys so much for everything that you do for me and for the good of this channel and to my little cupcakes who are members of my channel. We have special emojis. And the one that is most appropriate here is the buff, which I've had the buff since I started the channel, since I was allowed to have emojis, since I was allowed to have memberships, because I am a buff, Sco Buffs. It was a badass weapon by Nebraska, but we coming. That's what Deion Sanders says anyway. All right, my friends, as I always say to close out every stream, be cool, be kind, be classy. It's not hard. It's really not hard. Promise you. Safe travels over to Carly Gregg. This is going to be a crazy trial too. We're here for the pretrial hearings, motions in lemonade. And I think there's a motion to transfer to juvenile court. So we'll see what happens there. Head on over. Safe travels. See you soon.